Again. Maybe strange, you're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry, it's gonna work. Maybe strange, you're fine. Don't worry. I just got off work. Just got off work. Well, we stream. I was work, it sucked. But it's another brutal day. That work was annoying. But it's so annoying. I'm gonna eat something before we play game. Gonna put... Use that. Yeah, just a silly second. Cause I got kinda hungry. Hungry. Yes. You're going to be doing more games today. More sillies, if you will. More silly game. Yes, work was awful, dude. It was so boring. But yeah, I got like no sales all day. That's bad for me. Be a lot of new drawing styles in last stream. Alright. Okay. I'm not hungry. Yeah. Oh. I ate a little snacky before we... Be nice to me, Grim. Don't be mean. Me a little snack before we... leave here. So I need to do... Well, with me otherwise. Yeah. Bisa rin ko. Hey, why is it not sooner? Grace. Center. There we go. Jackson. There we go. I'm good now. I'll get now. Well, I'll get now. Hello, everybody. Hello. Rebecca. Rebecca. Oh, it's better. Now. Dua. Gawin after I've been the guys well. Wait, I gotta eat snacky before we play video game. So we're gonna load up the video we were watching yesterday. I watched that while I eat my snack. Oh god, I can make it here. We'll share that. Nia, that's not sharing, is it? Okay, no, it's good. Cool. No, if it's too loud, too quiet, stuff like that.
In 1860, sculptor Leonard Wells Vogt convinced the Republican nominee for president, Abraham Lincoln, to visit his studio in Chicago. Lincoln agreed to allow Vogt to create a life mask, a plaster cast of his head and face. This was a common practice at the time, and the most accurate method of capturing the likenesses of prominent figures for use in busts and sculptures. Vogt applied the thick plaster to Lincoln's face, waited 1 hour, and then asked him to remove the mold. Lincoln took hold of the mask and began peeling it off his skin. The unique shape of Lincoln's cheekbones made the removal difficult, and several hairs that caught in the mold had to be pulled before the mask could be taken off. Despite this, the mask was clean and in one piece. Vogt was now in possession of the only life mask of the man that would soon become the 16th president and one of the most prominent figures in American history. Vogt would send a copy of the cast to his son's art teacher, John Leon Jerome, in Paris, who gave it to another sculptor, Truman H. Bartlett. Vogt would give the original cast to his son, who would give it to his friend, Wyatt Eaton. Years later, magazine editor Richard Watson Gilder would raise money through his subscribers to buy the cast from Eaton to donate to
And nobody wanted this
the
mask.
National Museum. As a perk,
Did they think of itself, Warren? God.
each subscriber
And I've been watching video on Disney's animatronics while I eat my snacky before we play game. I'm hungry.
would receive a casting from the original. Over the next 75 years, casts would be circulated and duplicated, bought and sold. until eventually one landed in the hands of Los Angeles-based wax museum owner Catherine Stuber. Around 1960, Stuber was approached by a Disney artist named Blaine Gibson. Gibson was a sculptor himself, and he was very interested in Lincoln's life mask, as well as the process that Stuber used to create her figures. Stuber was hesitant, assuming that Walt Disney was going to create a wax museum in Disneyland. She told Gibson, quote, "If I tell you all this stuff, you're going to compete with me." Gibson eased her concerns. Walt was not interested in creating a wax museum with the Lincoln mask. He was interested in something much different. The advancements on the mechanical heads had rekindled the development of the One Nation Under God show and the Hall of Presidents. Walt hired James Alger, a documentarian who directed Disney's
James
True Life
Alger.
Adventure series, to draft a script for the show. Alger wrote and recorded a 32-minute narration for the proposed attraction, and Walt began presenting it, along with several pieces of concept art, to potential sponsors. While the presentation was impressive, no company would agree to a partnership based on the script and drawings alone. Walt believed to secure financial support, he needed a prototype of one of the animated figures. Walt needed a functioning mechanical president. Walt briefly considered starting with George Washington or Teddy Roosevelt, but he instead chose to move forward with his favorite commander-in-chief. Walt Disney had developed an admiration for Abraham Lincoln at an early age, and his interest in the 16th president had followed him into adulthood. Walt was well read on Lincoln, and those close to him attested that his knowledge on the subject was impressive. It was no surprise that when given the opportunity to begin work on a single president, Walt chose Lincoln. The Imagineers started by constructing Lincoln's head, picking up where they had left off with the Chinese philosopher. Blaine Gibson sculpted the figure's face, using the life mask as reference. Skin was created, again using the Duraflex material, and glass eyes and false teeth were sourced to bring realism to the mechanical president. While sculptors and machinists worked on the physical construction of the figure, other members of the team began experimenting with an equally important element: a programming system. Up until this point, the talking heads created by the Imagineers had been operated live with joysticks and similar manual controls. Some of these control mechanisms were custom-built, utilizing technology that had been developed for aviation. Despite being state-of-the-art at the time, these controls were clunky and unreliable, and the method was only suitable for testing and demonstration. For One Nation Under God and other shows, the goal was to create an entire stage play that could be activated at the push of a button and played dozens of times per day. The Imagineers needed a way to record, store, and play back the figure's movements. The first attempt at such a system was developed by Jack Gladish, and utilized two things that were abundant at the Disney studio: film stock and moviolas. Moviolas were film editing machines that allowed an editor to play back the film while working, but Gladish would use them for an entirely different purpose. Instead of exposing the film stock to light and capturing a series of images, Gladish simply used the film as a canvas. On the surface of the film, Gladish brushed conductive silver paint. He then attached a connection to the moviola, so that when the reel was played, a contact would graze the film's surface. When the silver paint would touch the contact, a circuit would be closed, causing a solenoid to be activated, resulting in a single action. When the silver was absent, the circuit would open, causing the solenoid to return to its resting position. This ingenious, albeit crude method was already far better than the programming systems that most automatons used. The duration of a camshaft program was only as long as it took for the cylinder to complete one rotation, while Gladish's film stock method could fit hundreds of feet of programmed information onto a single reel. Multiple shows could be...
Dude, they're like inventing new stuff. Imagine like you come into work one day and your boss goes like, I got an idea. Why don't you invent something for me? What do you do? Okay, bro. Like you come into work one day and your boss goes like, I really like how the pencil works. Can you invent a new writing utensil? I need it by next week. What do you do? It seems like that's what it'd be like to work with Walt Disney.
created and swapped out by simply changing the reel of film, with no need to change the mechanisms of the animated figure. Unfortunately, the system also had plenty of issues. For one, the silver paint began to chip rather quickly, and the program needed to be repainted constantly. Second, this was not an efficient way to store information. Only 6 tracks of paint could be placed onto a single reel, meaning that only 6 movements could be programmed onto each moviola. Walt was constantly asking that Lincoln be capable of performing additional, complex movements, which meant more mechanisms, and therefore, more tracks needed to control them. If this method were to be used for Lincoln, an entire room of moviolas would need to be dedicated to the programming. If it were to be used for all of the presidents, an entire warehouse of moviolas would be required, each of which needed to be synchronized perfectly with one another every single show. Gladish's system was a huge step forward, but a more advanced system would still need to be developed for the attraction. Walt continued to request that additional nuances be installed in Lincoln's face, and as a result, the head was becoming quite heavy. This clashed with another of Walt's requests, that Lincoln would start each show seated and then rise from his chair to deliver a speech. Walt enlisted Mark Davis to work on the figure, having him focus on all of the mechanisms below the neck. Davis already had an interest in human anatomy, and after joining the team, he began studying prosthetic technology. Davis recalled that, quote, "It was the British who had done the most work on prosthetics, how to make an artificial hand or an artificial leg, because Britain had been bombed so heavily that there were more people in need of that there than in other countries." Davis compiled his research into a booklet. This was filled with theories and sketches of how the team might accomplish animating Lincoln. Davis explained, quote, "It was rough, and the most terrible thing was that Walt wanted Lincoln to be pretty sophisticated. We didn't have the technology for it. I have a notebook that I did, How to Build a Mechanical Man, and all of this was wrong. We weren't building a mechanical man, we were building an illusion of man. That took a while to soak into me, and into everybody else." In 1960, Walt began negotiating with major corporations to build Disney attractions at the 1964 New York World's Fair. This was an opportunity to showcase the talent of the Disney organization to East Coast audiences and develop new technology for Disneyland using sponsorship money. Walt was interested in finding a sponsor for One Nation Under God.
But yeah, I don't know if I said this, but make sure you guys all go sub to the Fun Plan. If you guys meant by him, go sub to him. He's a great channel.
And debuting the attraction at the fair. However, the Imagineers informed him that the technology necessary to operate the entire Hall of Presidents show was at least 5 to 10 years away. Development continued on the animated figure, as Walt sought to secure partnerships for other attractions at the fair. At the same time, Walt and the Imagineers continued to make improvements to Disneyland. In early 1960, Disneyland management flagged the Pavilion restaurant as a venue in need of a refurbishment. Since the restaurant straddled Main Street USA and Adventureland, the theming was inconsistent throughout the dining space and the menu. To solve this, Walt tasked his Imagineers with creating a tea room themed to Polynesia. John Hench drew concept art of the space, and the art prominently featured
Most random, commission of all time.
birds in cages suspended above the heads of diners. Walt rejected the idea, believing that the birds would defecate in the guests' food. Hench pivoted and claimed that the birds in the art were actually mechanical birds. This idea was approved, and development on the Enchanted Tiki Room began. The restaurant borrowed many elements from the Chinatown restaurant concept, including the format of the dinner show and the use of programmed animated figures. As automaton makers had been doing for thousands of years, the Imagineers took advantage of the unique properties of birds, finding it much easier and quicker to achieve lifelike movement with the tiki birds than the Lincoln figure. Still, Walt demanded more naturalism than had ever been achieved with mechanical birds. Specifically, he wanted the birds to be able to puff out their chest as they sang. This was a particularly difficult task for designer Harriet Burns, who had to find a fabric that allowed for this motion. As with the talking heads, solenoids would be utilized. These were placed inside of the bird's back, and would give the birds the ability to quickly open and close their beaks. However, solenoids were too jarring and limited to provide all of the realistic movements that the Imagineers wanted to achieve. To accomplish fluid motions, pneumatic tubes using pressurized air were designed. A pressurized air system would be housed outside of the showroom, and tubes would be routed into the mechanical birds. This allowed for stronger, slower motion, which the Imagineers could easily customize by changing the pressure of each individual action. Like the solenoids, these mechanisms were digital, meaning that there were only two states, activated and resting. A joystick control was created for the birds, revealing the range of motion of the fully articulated characters. The joystick control had two buttons, one on the top of the handle that puffed the bird's chest, and one on the base that opened the bird's beak. Tilting the top of the handle forward nodded the bird's head. Pushing the entire lever tilted the bird's body, and rotating the handle side to side turned the bird's head. A few of the bird's movements were designed so that it had two extreme activated positions, with a resting position in the middle. For instance, while the joystick control and the pneumatic pressure gave the appearance that an operator could turn the bird's head gradually in either direction, in reality there were only three positions: resting, which in this case was looking forward, activated left, and activated right. The movement could not be stopped between these positions. Thanks to these advancements, the Imagineers were building the animated figures for the Tiki Room restaurant quicker, cheaper, and more predictably than any of the mechanical human figures. Because of this, the dinner show starring the singing tropical birds was fast-tracked through development. The only missing component was a reliable system to record and playback the performance. The necessary breakthrough finally came thanks to a unique collaboration between several departments at the Disney studio, with the sound engineers, electricians, and machinists working together to create a custom programming system for the figures. This new method controlled the animation not with paint, but with sound tones. In order to understand how this worked, it is necessary to understand the basics of sound recording. Sound is produced by vibrations. Human ears have a thin layer of skin, referred to as the eardrum, that responds to these vibrations and converts them into electrical signals. These signals are sent to the brain, where they are processed as a sound. In order to replicate this
That's
process
crazy.
using a machine, a mechanical eardrum, known as a diaphragm, responds to the sound waves, and this movement is converted into an electrical signal. The electrical signal travels along a wire and to a recording head. The recording head passes over a tape coated with a magnetic material. As it does, the electrical signal alters the orientation of the magnetic particles, imprinting the signal onto the tape and recording the sound. For playback, the process is reversed, with a playhead reading the stored magnetic information, converting it back into an electrical signal, and sending it to a diaphragm. This diaphragm vibrates, producing the sound that emits from a speaker. This process of recording sound has more uses than simply audio playback, and the engineers at the Disney studio devised a way to utilize this technology to create a system to control the animated figures. Instead of using a microphone to capture sound waves and convert them into electrical signals, the live controls that the engineers were using, such as the joy
Me 1 second.
joysticks already controlled the figures using electrical signals. Just like sound, these signals could be recorded and stored onto a magnetic tape. If the signals from the live controls were played through a speaker, they would likely not sound pleasant, producing fuzzy, buzzing tones similar to electrical noise. Instead of sending this electrical signal through a playback head and to a speaker, the signal could be sent to a machine. This way, the Imagineers could use it to program the mechanical figures. When a tone was detected, it would activate a mechanism on the figure. This system functions similarly to the silver paint method, but the process was already a significant improvement. For one, the magnetic tape would not flake off like the silver paint. Additionally, the Imagineers could now program the figure's movements in real time, as opposed to before, when they were estimating the timing when painting with the silver. Magnetic tape recording had been around for decades by this point, and recent advancements had made the process more efficient. Master tapes were now often separated into 8 different tracks, meaning that 8 actions could be easily programmed onto a single master tape. This was already an improvement over the 6 actions of the silver paint method, but still not nearly enough to program a single figure, let alone a stage full of them. The Imagineers needed to fit multiple actions on a single track of audio. Luckily, a method to do this had already been created by aerospace engineers, who developed the technology for aviation and the space race. To understand this process, it is necessary to understand a bit more about sound waves. Sound waves are characterized by amplitude and frequency. When visualized, amplitude is the height of the wave and determines the amount of energy that the wave carries. In sound, this translates to loudness and volume. Raise the amplitude, the sound becomes louder. Lower the amplitude, the sound becomes quieter. Frequency is the number of cycles the sound wave makes per second, measured in hertz. In sound, this affects the character of the noise. A higher frequency is perceived as a higher pitch or tone. A lower frequency is perceived as a lower pitch or
Being
tone. A
reprogrammed.
simple sine wave such as this would result in a single consistent tone, which is very rare in nature. Most sounds are made up of many waves of varying frequencies that combine into a complex wave. For instance, if 3 tones occur at once, one with a low frequency, one with a mid-range frequency, and one with a high frequency, the resulting compound wave would look like this. More complex sounds, such as a fully orchestrated music track or the human voice, have even more detailed sound waves. This combining effect is a natural occurrence, so the Imagineers could easily place multiple sounds onto a single track. When recording the figures, the Imagineers assigned each action its own frequency. For instance, the tongue on the mechanical head might be controlled by a tone with a frequency of 350 Hz, while the corners of the mouth might be controlled by a tone of 400 Hz. The sound engineers needed to distribute the frequencies throughout the tape's recording range, so that there was enough buffer between the actions to avoid interference. After all of the frequencies were recorded, they would naturally form a compound sound wave, but the individual information was not lost. It just needed to be decoded. The method to separate the actions on playback required a set of metal reeds, arranged in a bank. This appeared similar to a xylophone, and the process was not dissimilar to the musical instrument. In a xylophone, each key produces a different tone, determined by the size and shape of the key. In the reed bank, each metal reed is tuned to respond to a different tone. When a reed registered its resonant frequency, it vibrated, closing a circuit and triggering an action. For instance, if the Imagineers chose to control the corners of the mouth using a frequency of 400 Hz, a metal reed would be created to respond to frequencies of 400 Hz, and this reed would be connected to the circuit that controlled the corners of the mouth. The electric sound signal from the master tape was sent to the entire reed bank. Each reed listened to the entire range of sound, but could only respond to their assigned frequencies. This new method allowed for 10 to 20 actions per track, meaning that an 8-track master tape could have as many as 160 actions on it. The animated figures that utilized this system of audio tones were given the name audio animatronics. The term animatronics was a combination of animation and electronics, but the audio part has a disputed etymology. The most common explanation is that the audio in audio animatronics refers to the sound that emits from or near the figure. The fact that the animated figures can produce sound and synchronize their movements with it is what makes them audio animatronics. Sometimes, though, Disney and the Imagineers working on the project have said that the audio in audio animatronics is derived from the fact that the figures are controlled by audio tones. To illustrate this confusion, here's a clip of Walt Disney and a bird disagreeing on the origin of the term.
Audio for sound.
See, and electronically animated by sound. That's what he's trying to say.
While 160 actions might seem like more than the Imagineers would need, it was still not enough to control an entire show. On top of the animated figures' actions, space needed to be dedicated to the program's audio tracks and lighting controls. The final piece to addressing this issue would be another system created outside of the Disney studio, a technology developed not for entertainment, but for nuclear war. The Imagineers utilized systems originally invented for the Polaris submarine-launched ballistic missile. There are mixed reports on exactly how Disney acquired this technology, and what exactly the technology was. Some sources claim that the information had been declassified. Some say that Walt purchased the patents from private companies, and a few imply that Walt might have been given the information by his internal contacts within the US government. That said, it was not a secret that Disney was utilizing technology developed for Polaris. In fact, the primary source that they used it at all was Walt himself, who explained in interviews that, quote,
That's
if
funny.
the government hadn't done all the research, it would have cost us a fortune to develop the system. This made for a great headline, but the exact technology borrowed from the nuclear missiles was more practical than it was compelling. Most reports indicate that the technology that derived from Polaris was a 14-track tape system. This nearly doubled the number of actions that could be used in a show. Finally, the system could handle the amount of programmable material that the Imagineers required. There was just one more feature needed to bring the animatronics, specifically Lincoln, to life. In order for the Lincoln animatronic to rise from his chair, hydraulics would be implemented into his frame. Hydraulics are mechanisms that use the pressure of fluid to achieve movements. This was the best option for heavy machinery, as unlike magnets or air pressure, hydraulic fluid does not noticeably compress when force is applied. Hydraulics would allow Lincoln to accomplish demanding tasks, such as standing up and lifting his arms. They also had another key advantage over solenoids and pneumatics. Hydraulics could perform continuous analog movements, while solenoid and pneumatic valves were only capable of binary or digital movements. Hydraulic valves could be made to stop at any point between its two extremes. This required a slight variation in the programming method. While the pneumatics and solenoids responded to the presence or absence of a tone, the hydraulics responded to a change in voltage. A resting position for each movement was determined. along with a corresponding resting voltage. When the voltage was increased, the mechanism would move in one direction in response. If the voltage stayed at that level, the mechanism would remain in that position. If the voltage was decreased, the mechanism would move in the opposite direction. The combination of these mechanisms, along with the complex programming method, made human animatronics feasible. Still, it was a daunting task to finish one. And while work continued on the Lincoln figure, the new
Yes.
programming system would be put to use in the Enchanted Tiki Room. Despite originally being designed as a dinner show, the Tiki Room had become so complicated and impressive that Walt felt it deserved to be its own attraction. The new show would feature 225 animated figures, including crooning birds, singing plants, and chanting totem poles. Even with hundreds of possible actions, the Imagineers still needed to get creative with the show's programming. The show's 4 hosts were given more actions and a wider range of movement than some of the background birds, and several characters shared programming with one another to save room on the tape. Of course, all of the complicated systems and delicate machinery were completely hidden from guests, and when the attraction debuted at Disneyland in June of 1963, it was pure magic.
All the birds sing words and the flowers scream in the tiki 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 room.
The room came to life in a way that had never been seen before, and yet, this was only the beginning of what audio animatronics could achieve.
Abraham
In April of
Lincoln.
1962, Walt Disney gave a tour of the Disney studio to the president of the upcoming 1964 New York World's Fair, Robert Moses. Walt was planning on bringing multiple
Hello,
Disney
Moses.
attractions to the fair, and he and Moses had developed a professional relationship as the event approached. Wanting to impress Moses, Walt offered to give him a preview of a secret project. Not only was the Lincoln animatronic a secret to those outside of Walt Disney Productions, but it had become a secret within the organization as well. Conflicts had arisen
But it was a secret to Walt Disney himself.
between the
Famous.
electrical engineers and the sound engineers, partly due to the rules of their respective unions. Walt, who famously had little patience or respect for unions, had decided to move Lincoln to a secret room at the Disney studio in January of 1962, allowing only his inner circle, namely Wathel Rogers, Jack Gladish, and Mark Davis, to continue work on the figure. As was customary with Walt's special guest drop-ins, the team was given little time to prepare Lincoln for the demonstration. When Moses entered the secret room, the Imagineers, operating the animatronic live, had Lincoln rise from his chair and reach out his arm. Moses shook hands with the 16th president in complete disbelief and declared, quote, "I won't open the fair without that exhibit." Walt informed him that the figure and the rest of the Hall of Presidents would not be ready in time, but Moses was insistent. The animatronic had to debut at the fair, and after some convincing, Walt agreed. Abraham Lincoln, 100 years after his death, was going to New York to deliver a speech. Moses had persuaded Walt to bring his Lincoln animatronic to the World's Fair, but convincing a sponsor to fund the expensive exhibit would prove to be more difficult. The One Nation Under God show, with its Hall of Presidents, would be far too expensive for any one sponsor, and the Imagineers were still struggling to get one president operating reliably, far from the 34 required for the attraction. Walt decided to scale the show down to showcase just the Lincoln animatronic, who would deliver an address directly to the audience. This caught the attention of the state of Illinois, the self-proclaimed Land of Lincoln, who were interested in sponsoring a state pavilion at the fair and potentially including the animatronic Lincoln as the main attraction. Illinois state officials were flown to California to
When I was in like 5th grade, maybe even before that. No, it was before that. And when I was in like 5th grade, we had like an assembly, right? You remember like assemblies? And even before that, like I said, probably before that, we had a guy who came to our school dressed up as Abraham Lincoln. And he acted it, and he was dressed like Abraham Lincoln, and he acted like he was Abraham Lincoln. And he was so convincing to me when I was little that I thought he was Abraham Lincoln. I was like, no shot, Abraham Lincoln's actually at our school. It's like, no shot, he's alive. Holy moly, it's like, I thought they shot him. How is he alive now? I was like, he survived. How did he do it? It's really funny. But yeah, what have I been Abraham Lincoln? He didn't die. And it was really, oh, and I was like, awestruck. I was like, I thought he was shot. I was like, how is he alive? And the guy said afterwards, like, nah, I'm an actor. I hope you did not think I was actually Abraham Lincoln. And I felt bad. Because I was like, oh, dang it, he pulled me. I was like, what, 7 at the time, probably? Probably a little older than that, maybe like 8. Yeah, I was like, Is this Abraham Lincoln?" I was like, "Is he alive? Did he live somehow?" And then he, like, said afterwards, he was like, "I hope you didn't think I was actually Abraham Lincoln." I was like, "That'd be real concerning," and I felt bad after that. He made me feel bad. I was like, "Oh, it's not Abraham Lincoln. Why is he being mean to me?"
To view the figure, and like Moses, they were more than impressed. By August of 1963, a deal had been made. The state of Illinois allocated $1 million for their pavilion, with a significant portion going to the Lincoln figure. Disney had requested $600,000 to deliver and maintain the animatronics for the 2
Jeez.
seasons of the fair. And after some questionable accounting assistance from Moses, the arrangement was finalized and
That's all.
announced to the public. This is when the protests began. Concerns over
Wow.
animating a real historical person had existed since the impetus of the project. While monuments at
Why?
wax museums were common and featured realistic three-dimensional depictions of historical figures, replicating and animating a dead person was another story. Some historians
Why?
believe Walt might have been inspired by an attraction at the 1933 Century of Progress Fair in Chicago, referred to as the Talking Presidents. This show featured figures of 6 U.S. presidents delivering pre-recorded speeches. These figures did have the ability to stand, but they likely had no animation beyond this. There's no proof that Walt saw this show, and the attraction was not widely reported on at the time.
No, smoking.
Therefore, the first time that the public would truly ponder the ethics of animating a historical figure would be with Walt's Lincoln animatronic, and the descent began within the Disney organization. Imagineer Harriet
Aye.
Burns initially believed, quote, "No, we can't do the presidents. They actually existed. If we make a mistake, everybody will know." Sculptor Blaine
Why?
Gibson explained, quote, "My feeling was that we shouldn't be fooling with something that Americans consider to be historically sacred." When Walt showed the prototype to a minister, he was aghast, responding, quote, "It was all right for you to bring fairy tales to life and for you to create a human-like mouse, but to create a man, that's usurping the powers of a higher authority." These initial
Why?
objections were just the beginning of the flood of criticism the project would receive upon announcement. Newspapers in Illinois called the concept of a Lincoln robot grotesque. The Herald and Review deemed it, quote, "a
On my HB phone right now, it's me. Oh, hi, bud.
cheap carnival trick that would demean the memory of Lincoln and degrade the Illinois
Why?
exhibit. Walt and Moses traveled
Because he stood up out of a chair? What? Because he stood up out of a chair and talked, it demeaned the image of Abraham Lincoln? Isn't that weird?
to Illinois to give a presentation on the project to the state legislature in hopes of quelling the negative press. Walt explained at the meeting, quote, "I have more at stake in this than the state of Illinois. I am staking my reputation on this, my integrity. I am not a carnival operator." Walt's presentation helped ease some concerns, but it did not dispel all criticism. One person that attended the presentation argued that, quote, "It's almost as ghoulish as the idea to play a mock recording of the voices of the 4 presidents enshrined at Mount Rushmore." Another scoffed, quote,
What?
"The next thing they'll have Mouseketeers giving guided tours of the White House." Newspaper columnist David Feltz penned a scathing criticism
Yeah, people back then were so sensitive. What the heck?
of the figure's creation, writing, quote, "The very idea of a life-size figure of Lincoln, fashioned from fiberglass and plastic, animated and given a tape-recorded voice, is revolting even if the figure should be exhibited only in a wax museum on a carnival midway. But that such a macabre effigy
Come on,
is the central
dude.
attraction of the Illinois exhibit should stir vigorous protest here in Lincoln country." Walt moved forward with the project despite the pushback, and he would end up building 3 additional attractions for the fair, each of which prominently featured odd
Wait, hold on one second.
audio animatronics. PepsiCo's UNICEF Pavilion would feature It's a Small World, a boat ride through scenes in which the children of the world sang in harmony. Most of the characters in the ride were simple mechanical figures animated using cams and levers, but a select few were programmed with magnetic tape and synchronized with the ride's music. Ford's Magic Skyway, a road trip through time, would feature mechanical cavemen and dinosaurs. Like It's a Small World, not all of the figures in the ride would be audio animatronics, but the few that were would add dimension and energy to the respective scenes. General Electric's Progress Land would feature the Disney attraction at the fair with the most audio animatronics, the Carousel of Progress. A direct evolution from Edison Square's Harnessing the Lightning show, the Carousel of Progress would follow a family experiencing the evolution of technology throughout the 20th century. The Imagineers designed and constructed 32 audio animatronic figures for the attraction. While all were controlled by the show's master tape, some figures were more simple than others. As with the original pitch for the attraction, these basic figures would only be seen for a short time, and the characters were designed to appear as if they were operating a household appliance. Other animatronics in the show would be complex and would remain in view for several minutes. John, the father of the show's fictional family, had 30 unique programmable actions, and 4 versions of the character would appear throughout the attraction, one in each of the show's 4 acts. Recording the performance of the human animatronics turned out to be much more difficult than recording the Tiki Birds. There were 3 main methods the Imagineers used to record the animatronic performance onto the tape. The first was the joysticks. These were used mainly for the Tiki Birds, but they could be used for human animatronics as well. The downside to this method was the limited number of actions that the joystick could control, and the awkwardness of puppeteering a human with the handheld mechanism. The second method was controlling individual actions by turning knobs or adjusting sliders on a board. This would eventually become the standard way of programming Disney's animatronics, with custom control consoles designed to assist in the process. However, these consoles would not be created until after the fair opened, so the primary method for recording human animatronics for the fair attractions would be the third option, the most interesting method. For the Carousel of Progress, John and other members of the family were programmed by the Imagineers, mainly Waithel Rogers, using a specially designed control harness. This device was prominently featured on Disney's television special covering the fair attractions, and Walt acknowledged its strange look to the audience.
Now this contraption here might look like something from outer space.
While many have speculated that this method was faked for television, Waithel Rogers and others have confirmed that it was real, functional, and apparently as painful as it appears. The benefits of the control harness were that multiple movements could be recorded at once, and that the programmer was performing similar body movements to the ones that they wanted the figure to replicate. The drawbacks, though, far outnumbered the benefits. The programmer's movements were not directly copied to the figure, with the harness not being sensitive enough to perfectly replicate the range of motion. As a result, the actor needed to exaggerate their movements to make up for this.
The operator of the control harness has to be a bit of a ham actor, as you can see.
Because the hydraulics position was determined by the tones, the programmer needed to start and finish their performance in the same position, or else it would cause a jump in the voltage, causing the figure to spasm. In order to get the exact performance, the programmer needed to be in the harness for several hours, rehearsing and recording the movements again and again until it was properly recorded onto the tape. All of the actions could not be recorded at once, so the scene had to be performed by the programmer several times, each take focusing on a different category of motion. A mouth harness was also created to capture jaw movements, in order to match the figure's mouth closer to the vocal performance. The Imagineers would spend hours and hours recording different aspects of the animatronic onto tape, before combining them all onto a submaster. Only after doing this would the Imagineers be able to see all of their work put together. Dozens of actions, such as the moving of limbs and the timing of the mouth, all recorded separately in isolation, needed to be synchronized to create a convincing illusion of life. If the timing of one or more of the actions was off, the Imagineers could adjust the timing of the tape. But if this was not enough to solve the issue, Rogers would have to put the harness back on. He recalled, quote, "I remember times when I was in that harness so long, with everything so tight and so tense, that I'd come unglued. I don't think I've ever recovered from some of that stuff." While the recording process was tedious and uncomfortable, the result was mind-blowing. The Carousel of Progress's narrator was capable of speaking, blinking, turning his head, lifting his arms, and more. One thing he could not do was stand up, and he appeared seated in all 4 acts. John was the most complex audio animatronic that guests could view when the New York World's Fair opened on April 22, 1964. But that was only because one audio animatronic was not working. As the fair approached, the criticisms of the
If
Lincoln
I'm being-
animatronic continued to surround the upcoming attraction. Walt's response to the objections remained consistent. His defense was his dedication to an authentic portrayal of Lincoln, almost as though if he were somehow able to perfectly reanimate Lincoln in a way that was indistinguishable from the real human man, there would be no reason to object to such an endeavor. This did not stop journalists and the public from debating the ethics of the animatronic, and some questioned why the robotic animation was necessary to the show at all. Even Blaine Gibson admitted that he initially believed that, quote, "It seemed like it was something that could be done much better by actors. I just didn't think we could do it in an acceptable way." Interpretations of Lincoln by live actors was commonplace, both in theater and in film and television. These performances were often praised and were viewed as respectful portrayals of the 16th president. So why did Walt not go this route for the Lincoln show? In hindsight, the suggestion feels preposterous. Walt and the Imagineers had spent 5 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars developing the animatronic. Of course, they wouldn't throw all that away and proceed with the Lincoln impersonator, but to the public that was hearing of the show for the first time, and that were not aware of all the work that had already been done, it was a valid question. Of all of the audio animatronic attractions created for the fair, the Lincoln show was the most questionable use of the technology. The cavemen in Ford's Magic Skyway and the dolls in It's a Small World were on simple loops, too tedious and repetitive for an actor to perform. Plus, these were cartoonish, stylized depictions of humans. Some Imagineers had suggested doing the same with Lincoln, hoping that if the animatronic appeared more like a caricature, the public would be less critical of the depiction. Walt rejected the idea, demanding, quote, "No, I want him to breathe. I want him to be alive."
What?
The Carousel of Progress featured realistic human figures.
That's
But the
insane.
show required these characters to instantly transition between sets, costumes, and appearances. In this case, the omission of actors was understandable, as the technology was being used to accomplish something that actors could not. This was not the case with the Lincoln show. The show that would debut at the fair, titled Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, was simply Abraham Lincoln, alone, in a theater, delivering a speech. Why could this not be an actor? Why was Walt doing this? Apart from a personal passion for the technology, one of the arguably benign reasons was also Walt's main defense: realism. No human actor, even with prosthetics and makeup, could have the build and facial structure of the real Abraham Lincoln. The Lincoln animatronic, on the other hand, was sculpted from an actual life mask, and his body and face could be constructed to look identical to the real president. However, it wasn't. The Imagineers learned quickly that real did not always appear accurate. For instance, Gibson made subtle changes to the animatronic's face, specifically sculpting more pronounced cheekbones, to better acclimate the figure to the public's collective memory of Lincoln's appearance. Another example of this distortion was the figure's height. The real Lincoln was 6'4", which was considered very tall, both in Lincoln's era and in the early 1960s, and also today. However, when the figure was initially constructed to be 6'4", a common complaint from those previewing the animatronic was that Lincoln did not appear tall. The Imagineers decided to alter the figure's height to 6'7", distancing the animatronic from Lincoln's actual
Sorry.
stature, but bringing him closer to the public's understanding that Lincoln was exceptionally tall. A similar liberty was taken with Lincoln's voice. For many decades, the public had assumed that Lincoln, known for his famous orations, had a deep and strong voice. By this point in the early 1960s, this misconception had been well corrected, and it was then common knowledge in academic circles that Lincoln had a high-pitched, shrill, bordering on unpleasant speaking voice. Despite this, Walt decided to
What
go
does
with
that mean?
actor Royal Dano, who gave a deep and somber performance. During the recording session, Walt over-directed Dano, forcing him to do countless takes until an authentic exhaustion came through in the vocal performance. These are just a few instances in which Walt and the Imagineers were more concerned with building a figure that was accurate to the public's expectations of Lincoln, rather than designing one that was identical to the real human being. Even if the animatronic could achieve a closer resemblance to the president, a human actor could behave more like the real Lincoln, as the real Lincoln was a human being. As impressive as the animatronic technology was becoming, it was nowhere near achieving the subtlety and range of motion of a real human. Walt's incessant requests for additional mannerisms did not let up, and he would often come into the studio with a new facial expression that he wanted Lincoln to mimic. As a result, Wathel Rogers had to put so many mechanisms in the head that he had to ask Blaine Gibson to sculpt a bump into Lincoln's skull, which would be carefully hidden by the animatronic's wig. The extra machinery allowed Lincoln to have 17 different facial expressions, but unsurprisingly, he was still limited compared to an actual human's face. So if it wasn't realism, what was the benefit of using the animatronic in Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln? The most obvious is that the technology was the star of the exhibit. Simply having an actor pretend to be Abraham Lincoln was not nearly as compelling as seeing a state-of-the-art robot pretend to be Abraham Lincoln. Walt sometimes claimed that the fact that it was such a unique experience would motivate audiences to listen closer to Lincoln's words than if they were being delivered by an actor. But this was not the only explanation he would give. In private, Walt acknowledged that he had some ulterior motives to the animatronics technology, but it is difficult to tell how serious these statements were. Jack Gladish remembers Walt admitting, quote, "I'm tired of finicky actors. I want to develop a fully animated, articulated human being to use in place of motion picture actors and actresses." Disney artist Frank Thomas.
I don't think that's true. I think he just wanted to make a robot.
Thomas believed that Walt's resentment toward his animators might have played a part in the animatronics development, recalling, quote, "We always felt that he never really knew how you animated, and he resented this to a certain extent. He always kidded about it. He'd tease us and needle us about, 'I'm gonna figure out a way to replace you guys,' particularly if he got his animated figure starting to work. He'd say, 'I'm going to teach them to animate, the first thing I'm gonna teach them to do.' With all this kidding constantly, you knew there had to be something in the back of his mind that was bugging him. On one occasion,
I don't think that's
Walt argued
true.
that the animatronics were necessary for the logistics of a theme park attraction, explaining, quote, "You can't have human beings working 3 or 4 shifts. We can't afford to pay them, or they'll make mistakes, or somebody won't show up. We've got to figure out a way to have automated shows." Again, this reasoning, while true for the other Disney attractions at the fair, did not necessarily apply to Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. The format of the show would have required an actor to speak for around 5 minutes, with around a 10-minute break in between. It would be highly unlikely that using multiple actors, even with makeup artists and wardrobe assistants, would have been more expensive than the animatronic, which cost between $500,000 and $1 million to build. Adjusted for inflation,
That's insane. That's a
$5 to
lot
$10
of money.
million today. And as far as a human actor not showing up for work, the animatronic was far less reliable, as evidenced by the fact that the Lincoln animatronic was not functioning when the fair opened. Realism, cost, and reliability might have all been pretext to obscure the true benefit of the animatronic technology in the eyes of Walt. His frustration that actors make mistakes and that they are finicky is evidence of his well-documented perfectionism and desire for control. The animatronic technology allowed him to literally dial in the exact performance he wanted. The mannerisms, the expressions, the timing could all be determined. There was no performer to interpret, to adjust, to adapt. Walt didn't need an actor to bring Lincoln to life through their craft. Walt could bring Lincoln to life, perfectly, every time, like a machine. Actually, a machine. There is one more theory as to why Walt decided to carry the torch of humanity's age-old search for mechanical life. Not for money, or power, or even control, but for no discernible reason at all. What if Walt was not aware of his own motivations? What if it was simply something inside of him? The same thing that had driven automaton makers to experiment with the craft for thousands of years. Some innate curiosity, drive, ego, something deep inside, not just Walt, but humanity itself. There is some credence.
I just wanted to make a robot.
When National Geographic reporter Robert DeRoos visited to view the progress on Lincoln, he asked Walt, quote, "Is anyone else doing this kind of thing?" To which Walt responded, quote, "I don't know anyone crazy enough." When New York's Parks Commissioner Newbold Morris asked Walt why he was doing this, Walt responded, quote, "Because I can't stop."
Wait, I'll throw this off there. I am the to play video games. I think he just wanted to make a robot. I think that's what it was. I think he just wanted to make a big robot. Yeah. I think that's it. He just wanted to make a robot. That's it. Which, good for him, bro. I do have to run to the bathroom and stuff real quick, so I will be right back, and then we'll play a video game, okay? So give me just a second. Vì sao lại bạn? Vì sao lại bạn? Stand back. I'm gonna take care of Thunder with my brother. We gonna play video game. Like I had to tell my brother or something to play. Or he's playing video game now. I'm gonna boot up the game real quick. I'm gonna hear to sing. They're booting up. I do have to be right back again, actually, real quick. My family needs me for something. I know I just came back and I'm so sorry. Give me just a second. I will be right back. Damn it. We're back for a little bit. You be right back again because my family will pick up dinner for them. After you're happy back. I know I'm like pausing and stuff a lot today, but this is why I don't like streaming like right while I get out work because I'm like everybody needs me. Like so many things I have to do, but yeah. Unlucky. Yes, dude, it's every day. It's literally like this every day. So it's not even unlucky, it's just how it is. But
Yeah, that was quite a mess to clean up.
And ever since.
this room go Merc Angelo Bunte. Because that's the plan. But then I'll need him. Oh wait, this. Oh, Howard Mason's over here. Let's go see Howard Mason. We want to say thank you all for stopping by and stuff like that. I hope the stream has been fun. In spite of being a little bit boring and, you know. This is typically why I don't stream very long during the boom. Because I just like have so much going on. That, you know.
You good, girl?
You like opera? She's a pretty horse.
Yeah.
I love opera. She's a pretty horse. I hear optimus. Oh. Reminds me of the horse from the one who read that or whatever. Oh, it's the Flaming Hooves. Everybody says that. I didn't put that on any horse. I just think it looks cool. It's not unique to this horse. I can put that on any horse. I just think it looks cool. I have a red horse. And Midnight made a red horse that looks exactly like the one from Undead. But think it's called the War Horse, just because it's based off the Signs of the Apocalypse or whatever it's called. There's a lot of horses, and they're all based off of like different signs from the apocalypse. Because there's a war horse, there's a famine horse. I think there's a death horse. And whatever the fourth one is. Oh, it's famine, death. The fourth one, conquest. Conquest/control or something like that. I think that's it, right? Yeah, 4 horsemen, that's what it is. 4 horsemen. Whereas other countries say it, control instead of conquest. That kind of thing. Let's go meet Mr. Man. Is he filming dares?
Up on you, you know. Oh, Mr. Morgan. How are you?
Welcome. What are you working on?
Do you know anything about alligators?
Only the basics. Avoid them wherever possible.
Well, did you know that in the last 50 years, we've killed 90%?
You say that like it makes you sad.
They're beautiful creatures.
Let's see how you speak when one of them's got you in a death row.
Yes, I will make some creature a very happy lunch one of these days.
Let's try and avoid that from happening today, huh? Or you stay there, you'll get a great shot, then you'll get eaten.
What a way to go.
Why don't we take this boat out, and I'll protect you. Come on, get in the boat, he'll be fine.
Well, if you really think that's necessary.
You carry on shooting from that bank, you're gonna wish them wolves had eaten you.
Really?
Yes.
Alligators are mean.
The 10% who survived, they're the nasty ones.
All right, then. Oh, I saw movement to the north of us. Oh, into the west. Oh, into the northwest, there. That's probably where we should look.
Let's go look then.
When we find one, line me up so I can get the shot.
I'll try.
I'm gonna die, Arthur.
Don't get too close. You'll scare them away.
Close, but not too close. Got it.
Oh, look. On that little beach. Boars. We're in luck.
Big kites free.
Saving alligators, but you don't mind that pork chop getting butchered.
Pork chop isn't in danger of extinction. It's got it. Quick. I must get this shot. We caught him. In the middle of his dinner. This is history making, truly. Nature in all its glory and cruelty.
Could have been you if you stayed on that bank where I found you.
Don't. Okay. So, now it's southwest or due west. Last year, they brought 10,000 skins out of the swamps of Lemoyne alone.
Alligators got some catching up to do there.
Cases, trunks, shoes, boots, belts, Bibles even. They'll make anything out of gator leather that the market desires.
And all a gator's gonna do with your leather is eat it. Maybe chew on it a while.
Quite. It's hardly fair. You know, in the
Sorry for the
season,
flashing.
there are more alligator hunters down here than alligators. There, in the channel. You see its head? Poking up there.
I can't go.
Line us up to it.
I can't go. I can't move.
Right. There, in the cane brake. That's a likely spot for one. Take us around the island until we see something.
Okay.
You guys through here?
Over to the left. Right over there.
I see it. I can't go. Okay, foreign.
Oh, straight out that way. Here you go.
Can we go this way? Banning a beach.
Closer now. Closer.
Sorry for the flashing. I don't know why it does that.
Beast in repose. All as calm as the predator The final sighting was to the northwest of here. 17 feet, 19 feet, 21 feet with a 5-foot head.
What?
They found some big bulls in these parts. Surely they did.
There's 20-foot gators here, and us two idiots are sitting in a 12-foot skiff?
No, this is in the 70s, 80s. All the really big gators have been hunted out and killed. More the shame, I say.
Okay, driving this thing feels terrible.
Shame to this rowing fool who values his arms being attached to his body. It's them or us, especially with the big ones.
With most of them 9 brains? Really? Yeah, speech. Come on. Yeah.
Yes, there. Oh, no, he's gone. Can you stop the boat just there, off the island?
Sure. If we stop too long, locals are gonna start getting curious.
Just there, please. So I'm facing the landmass. Right. Now look, there's an alligator back in those palms. Could you run in there and coax him out?
Coax him?
Please, he's quite something. If I could take that fellow's likeness, it might just save him from the taxidermist.
Fine.
That's not the shot. Can you rotate us a little?
Maybe I want this monster stuffed and on display.
Well, that's the spirit. Out you go then. Get him to notice you, and then turn tail and run.
I don't like
It's like a well.
this. Not one bit. Oh, he's awake.
Leave him back here! Quick!
No.
Quick! Jump in the boat! In! Got him! What a specimen!
Nearly got him eating me.
I don't know what I'd do without you, sir. I really don't. We can congratulate ourselves on a job well done, Mr. Morgan. Take us back where we began.
Anyway, I hope you got something worth printing.
Oh, surely. The nation will see these beautiful beasts for what they are.
Killing machines?
No.
The machines. That's what I am.
Not a bad thing. This is America, after all. We hold a love for killers that borders on macabre. Loving killers is part of our makeup.
Hey, but
Spicy swab puffing. Yeah. The black squid brains are done at shaped and their esophagus passes through it, so anytime they swallow, they have a slight probability of resetting their brain. Well, that's awesome.
maybe. But usually we wait until after they're dead.
Well, I hope we've changed.
Me too.
I didn't live into it. It might be because it was to lead a do an activity. They do that sometimes to free up old usernames and server space or something like that. I don't know. Nobody's do that. They delete old accounts that are just inactive.
Ah, yes. Doctor here. Just pull up to the bank.
That should do it.
Yes.
These pictures you're taking,
Yes.
they gonna be any good?
I certainly hope so. Though I doubt it. The subject is magnificent, the backdrop jaw-dropping, but the agent of beauty is a talentless fool. Although maybe I'll strike a few lucky shots.
You sure do make me laugh that way you talk about yourself, Mr. Mason.
Well, I'm good for laughing at, if nothing else.
I didn't mean it like that.
I know. Still, I feel such a fool round you, sir.
Don't worry about it.
Dollars have smooth brains?
I foresaw many an ignominious future for myself, but never damsel in distress.
Well, Good luck, Mr. Mason.
Thank you, and to you too, sir.
Try and stay out of
Okay.
trouble.
I shall certainly try.
Get him. Get a boat. Like that boat. Okay, I have to be right back. I know I've left again, and I am sorry. But I will be right back. Give me just a second. We'll be back in about like 20 minutes. Now, retain yourself in Tubin.
gently by the window, and you're sleeping. Tender wind dancing on my skin makes me stay in bed a little longer to hear you breathing. Long for those quiet days when the hours drift away. Petals fall on the window pane as the clouds above float away. Evening comes with a fading summer light. Twilight air drifting through the window, and you're sleeping.
with a lather 60 player. At least on YouTube. Be out here watching nothing. Hello and back. Terry. You know, I am here. Returned. I have returned with food. Like dinner food. And watch more Walt Disney. I ate. Oop. Then after that we'll play video game more. Watch more Walt Disney while I eat real quick. Music category on Twitch was Blake is very strict about that. No? Done May's done? So when I said I'd be 20 minutes, I forgot to account for the drive back. If the drive there is 20 minutes, but then there's also gonna be another 20 minutes back. On top of them, to get the mail. Is the stuff for my Tencent's account, which means I can get paid for YouTube. Believe it now, let's see if it. You hit the lunch for this to get to me, okay? Whoa. Dude, I need thinking or dies. And get paid by eating. Verify my food. Yes. Well, I can officially start getting paid for eating. Hopefully I could do. What else? I didn't even realize. There we go. Yeah, I'm back. But I even watch a video. I think we said that.
On April 16, 1964, Lincoln passed his final testing in California and was shipped to New York City. The Imagineers then rushed to configure the show in the Illinois Pavilion. Lincoln was scheduled to deliver his first speech on April 20th at a preview for dignitaries and special guests of the fair. However, when Lincoln was installed and the Imagineers began testing, he did not work. The figure would go into fits, flailing his arms, freezing, and on at least one occasion, overshooting his chair and smashing it to pieces. There are several theories as to what the exact issue was. The most common story is that the power supply at the fair was different than the one that the Imagineers used when programming Lincoln in California. The fair's power supply was unreliable and experienced constant fluctuations. According to John Hench, these surges would change the electrical signals and cause Lincoln to go into spasms. The Imagineers pulled 20-hour days in an attempt to get the figure to work in time for the preview, to no avail. When the day came, a full room of special guests were already seated to watch the show when Walt was informed by his team that Lincoln could not perform. Walt walked out onto the stage and delivered the bad news to the audience. The 1964 New York World's Fair opened without great moments with Mr. Lincoln, and the Imagineers scrambled to get the attraction operating as soon as possible. Walt and the team refused to debut the figure before it was fully ready, knowing that if the animatronic were to malfunction, this would only add fuel to the controversy surrounding it. With this in mind, the Imagineers developed clever solutions around the figure's unpredictability. Originally, the resting position of Lincoln was seated, and when a malfunction occurred or an input signal was lost, the figure would quickly return to its seated position. This often resulted in Lincoln slamming into his chair, causing an abrupt and unsightly end to the show. The solution was to change the figure's resting position to be upright, so that when something went wrong, Lincoln simply remained standing. This way, the show could be stopped, with Lincoln retaining his dignity and saving the cost of another replacement chair. Additional safeguards were added to the attraction, such as CCTVs so that the operations could watch the show and quickly shut it down if a malfunction occurred. After over a week of long, stressful recalibration sessions with the figure, the Imagineers were able to get the animatronic to perform correctly. Mark Davis recalled, quote, "Mr. Lincoln went through his performance, and God, not one glitch. We wanted to hug him. The only thing was, you couldn't go up and hug a big piece of machinery like that because it could kill you. This thing had 500 pounds of hydraulic pressure. It could kill you. Sometimes you worked on it and forgot that it wasn't a human being. This thing could floor you." Of course, this certainly never stopped Walt from messing around with the animatronics. In fact, it's somewhat of a miracle that he didn't get his hand ripped off by one of these things. Perhaps they knew better than to mess with him. 2 weeks after the fair opened, on May 2nd, 1964, Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln officially debuted, and audiences were finally able to witness the reanimation of the 16th President of the United States.
The world has never had a good definition of the word liberty.
Even before its first performance, the attraction had already been deemed the most controversial exhibit at the fair, but many skeptics left the show impressed. The Imagineers programmed Lincoln to behave in a very subtle, dignified manner. Selective dynamic lighting assisted in the illusion, highlighting the most impressive aspects of the figure while hiding many of its defects. The script that Alger and Walt had landed on also received praise. The speech was not the Gettysburg Address, which the two felt was too predictable.
I'm eating wings. We're watching a documentary while I eat. It's on Disney Animatronics by Defunctland. Ascended Defunctland.
Rather, a script had been written that incorporated excerpts from several of Lincoln's addresses. When initial reviews were published, the voice performance by actor Royal Dano received more criticism than the animatronic figure. Although some reviewers believe Dano achieved Lincoln's high-pitched, nasally voice better than other impersonators had. While the press was warming up to the animatronic Lincoln, the general response from the public was disbelief. Some people that were unaware of the premise of the attraction simply assumed that the machine was a real person. Imagineer Gordon Williams recalled people in the lobby after the show speculating, quote, "I bet that guy gets tired after doing that all day," and, quote, "They must have more than one actor, and they take turns." Some were so convinced by the illusion that they misremembered Lincoln doing something that the figure could not have possibly done, such as one reporter who claimed
Wings.
the animatronic had the ability to walk forward. Some even believed that Walt Disney was lying, and that Lincoln was a human actor pretending to be a robot. A few guests went as far as to throw things at the figure to see if it would flinch, but most were simply spellbound. It was common for audience members to become emotional, as if they were really seeing the 16th president in person, Abraham Lincoln's great-grandson.
And had it. Hitting my keyboard. Spill my drink on it. Sneeze man just Give me 1 second. Hold on. Wait, real quick. I spilled my drink on my keyboard. Give it a follow on the battalion. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. The back. I'm clean all my keys now. Hidden. Oh, wala. Dude, never had these kind of... Ooh, look at the picture. It's right there. Here. Oh. Oh, I'm hitting topbles. I didn't realize. You didn't cry about it before. That beat the last breath. Some tidbits. Rick. So, Rick, no. What? The, this one. And another. What? Go feel your best. Keywords aren't supposed to clean me. But things are falling apart. P. Green has been a disaster, and I am sorry. No, can I step leave or now? So, hey, one see Strenska, you got it. Oh. Tipo, highly stable. Sorry. Step pointy. You know, I'm near. Use the stuff streamer, that's all. Here. Keep saying they'll call me a step pointy or something, for nothing. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The stream has been pretty scuffed so far. Totally changed. It's flaky. Maybe continue watching the video and play it the rest later.
Robert Todd Lincoln Beckwith attended the attraction, reportedly watching the show 3 consecutive times, crying during each viewing. Science fiction author Ray Bradbury would praise the animatronic, writing, quote, "In such an age, it would be foolhardy to ignore the one man who is building human qualities into robots. Robots whose influence will be ricocheting off social and political institutions 10,000 afternoons from today." Disney has set the history of humanized robots on its way toward wider, more fantastic excursions into the needs of civilization. While the general consensus was that the Lincoln figure was impressive and respectful, it would be inaccurate to claim that all criticism vanished. Journalist Mike McGrady wrote, quote, "What it is, it's a thing. It's a thing that looks and acts precisely as Abraham Lincoln would have looked and acted if he'd only been a robot." The face, stretched over a rigid plastic base, reflected all the subtle emotional variations of a drowsy goldfish. In his review, McGrady claims that the audience he sat with was unimpressed, with one patron saying, quote, "It was disconcerting. He didn't seem to know what he was saying," with another adding, quote, "Certainly it's sick, 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 but it's also fascinating. With just a few refinements, Disney can make human beings obsolete." One editorial writer, Ralph H. Johnson, wrote that the Lincoln figure was, quote, "dignified but seemingly arthritic," questioning, quote, "Why could not a real-life actor have spoken the lines?" The answer, of course, is that the exhibit would have been a flop. Its success depends upon its appeal as a freak show. Try as the inventor might, cold death will not surrender Mr. Lincoln. Novelist John Gardner argued what made the, quote,
You're
obviously
stupid,
dead
bruh.
figure horrible was the ghastly suggestion, which had never occurred to Disney and his people, that all religion and patriotism are a sham and a delusion, an affair for monstrous automatons. In Richard Schnickel's derisive book, The Disney Version, he claimed, quote, Disney, caught in the grip of his technical mania and protected by his awesome innocence about aesthetic and philosophical matters, had brought forth a monster of wretched taste. Are we really supposed to revere this ridiculous contraption, this weird agglomeration of wires and plastic? Here is the dehumanization of art, in its final extremity. Criticisms of Lincoln's robotic resurrection persisted, but overall, the public was more excited about the possibilities of animatronics than they were concerned with their moral implications. Thus,
Exactly.
the age of audio animatronics had begun, and the world was quickly populated with a new breed of mechanical life. After the first season of the fair, the Lincoln animatronic was moved to Disneyland, where it would perform in the Opera House on Main Street. A new and improved figure was built for the fair's second season, and by the summer of 1965, Walt had 2 Lincoln animatronics performing simultaneously, one on each coast. After the fair concluded, the Carousel of Progress and It's a Small World would be moved to Disneyland, and Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln became a permanent fixture of the park. Toward the end of 1965, Walt had diverted much of his attention to his plans for a city of the future, his experimental prototype, Community of Tomorrow. But when he was developing ideas for Disneyland, animatronics were a core element of the new attractions. Several concepts that had been in the works for years, such as a tour of a haunted house or an encounter with a rogues gallery of pirates, evolved into expansive immersive rides, in which guests would be flanked by dozens of audio animatronic characters. In preparation for the attractions, a new system to program the animatronics was developed. This was in part to find a balance between the simple looped mechanical figures, such as the ones on the Jungle Cruise, and the complex audio animatronics that were developed for the fair. Both Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would be continuously moving rides, with guests passing through show scenes in boats and Omnimover vehicles. This meant that, like the Fantasyland dark rides and the Jungle Cruise, guests would only be able to see each scene for a short time before their vehicle moved on to the next part of the attraction. The magnetic tape was well suited for programming audio animatronic stage shows, because it allowed for a long program of movement that could be wound onto a reel. This meant that a show could have minutes worth of programmed animatronic information and their accompanying audio tracks easily played back, but it also required the reel to be rewound before being able to play again. This was not an issue for Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln, as there was a break in between shows when the theater would empty and the next group would enter. During this time, the reel could be rewound and ready to play for the new audience. For Carousel Progress, each of the 6 theaters, Load, the 4 main acts, and Exit, would all share the show's master tape, and each scene needed to repeat immediately after the theater rotated. To solve this, a 2-phase system was created for the show, so that while one tape was playing, the other was rewinding. Apart from this workaround already being complicated, this master tape system was not ideal for the new animatronic rides. For one, Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion would have far more animatronics than the Carousel of Progress. Pirates would end up having 119 total figures, 64 of which were humans.
Yes.
The Imagineers had already found it difficult to fit the programming information for the 32 Carousel of Progress animatronics onto a single tape, so information storage alone motivated the creation of a new system. Additionally, every new animatronic needed to be programmed, and the methods used for the fair were uncomfortable and not always reliable. Finally, the new rides would feature a completely different audio setup than the stage shows. With Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln and the Carousel of Progress, the audio was coming from one direction, so each character did not need to have its own audio track. It's a Small World sent guests through rooms in which they were surrounded by sound, but the audio was uniform throughout each room. With the new rides, the Imagineers wanted many of the characters to have unique dialogue, with the sound emitting from near the character's location, as if the guests were really surrounded by pirates and ghosts. For all of these reasons, a new method of programming was developed. The new system would be inspired by the camshafts used by the automatons of the past, but with a space-age twist. The Imagineers would use large aluminum discs, which would be slowly rotated so that the edge of the disc would pass between a light and a photodetector. The photodetector was capable of producing an electrical current when it received photons from the light. The disc would block the light so that no photons reached the photodetector. The animators then manually cut ridges into the disc, allowing the light to pass through whenever they wanted a mechanism to be activated on the figure. This system could also control analog mechanisms that needed voltage regulation. In the magnetic tape system, this was controlled by the amplitude of the sound wave, but in the photodetector, the varied voltage would be determined by the amount of light that could reach the photodetector. Therefore, the two extremes of a mechanism would be when the photodetector was fully exposed and when the light was completely blocked. If the animator wanted the mechanism to stop somewhere in between, they would cut the disc so that the light was only partially blocked. This also allowed for some control over the speed of the movement, because the animator could allow the light to be quickly exposed or blocked, or be more slowly exposed or blocked, depending on how the disc was cut. In this system, each disc controlled only one body action, so cabinets that could hold the discs in a vertical arrangement were created. These cabinets had enough room to stack 28 discs, and they would turn at a constant rate so that one full rotation would occur every 60 seconds. This would be a long enough program that guests passing by the scenes could not detect the loop, but not so long that time and space were being wasted. The final element was synchronizing the sound with each figure's motions, and synchronizing each figure with one another. The magnetic tape system had synchronization built in. One track would be audio, and the other tracks would be the programming information. With the cam rack system, the Imagineers needed a way for sound to be played in a loop, synchronized with the spinning discs. Luckily, Disneyland had already been using loopable magnetic tape since it opened for sound effects and ambient music. These repeater mechanisms sent the tape through a long path before repeating, so all that the Imagineers needed to do was install one of these repeaters that was calibrated for 60-second loops to match the rotation of the programmable discs. The finale of both attractions would feature two ensemble musical performances, sung by the animatronics. The two theme songs, Yo-Ho, A Pirate's Life for Me, and Grim Grinning Ghosts, would be written so that the music and lyrics lasted exactly 60 seconds, so that they could be perfectly looped along with the spinning discs.
It happens.
Different animatronics would sing different parts in unique voices, so that when the ride vehicles passed through the scene, the guests perceived the song as changing and evolving, when in reality, all of the animatronics were on a 60-second loop. The guest was merely moving past voices and instruments that they had already heard and closer to ones that they had yet to hear. To avoid all of the different characters becoming unsynced, a signal was sent when each cabinet finished a rotation, and the next rotation would not begin until all of the cabinets had returned to the start of their loop. This would sometimes result in a small moment of silence between audio loops, but this was typically not detectable by guests. The new cam decks had many advantages for the Imagineers that resulted in a unique guest experience. However, there were several obvious downsides to the new method. The cam cabinets were huge and required significant storage space. With the magnetic tape, 10 actions could be stored on a single track, but with the cam decks, 10 actions required 10 aluminum discs. The cutting of the discs was also an annoying process. Not as painful as the control harness, but not as simple as pushing a button. The aluminum discs themselves would also wear out, requiring maintenance that often could only be carried out by WED and not the park's operations team. The cam deck method was another serviceable but imperfect method of controlling the animatronic figures. Predictably, it would not last for long. In late 1966, Walt Disney was diagnosed with lung cancer. In November of that year, Walt underwent surgery, and a portion of his left lung was removed. On the day he was discharged, he visited WED in Glendale to view the progress that his Imagineers were making on the numerous projects in development. Outside of the work being done on Epcot, many of these updates involved progress on new audio animatronic figures. Mark Davis, who is now leading the creative development on Pirates of the Caribbean, showed Walt the Imagineers' most impressive animatronic figure to date, a pirate auctioneer. Davis lamented that the figure's sophistication would not be appreciated, as the boats would float by the scene so quickly that guests would not have a chance to appreciate the subtlety and complexity of the character's movements. Walt reassured Davis, explaining, quote, "We get so much repeat business here, that means each time we come down, we'll see something we haven't seen before." The Imagineers were also working on a renovation to Disneyland's Tomorrowland area, including plussing the Rocket to the Moon simulator. The attraction would be given an impressive pre-show, hosted by an animatronic flight director. Finally, Walt had been considering plans for a ski resort in Mineral King, California. Davis had been tasked with creating an animatronic show for guests of the resort's lodge. The concept was that a group of bears had formed a musical band and were putting on a revue for guests. Walt loved Davis's concept for the show, laughing at the drawings during his visit to WED. After Walt had been briefed on all of the projects, he asked to be taken home. On his way out, Walt turned to Davis and said, "Goodbye, Mark." This was Walt Disney's last time at WED. He passed away 3 weeks later. Immediately following Walt's death, rumors began to circulate that Walt had been cryogenically frozen, to be thawed out at a later date when his illness could be cured. One tabloid journalist claimed to have snuck into the hospital room where Walt was supposed to be on his deathbed, only to find him floating, frozen in a metal tube. Other sources claim that Walt had asked to be frozen, but the request was ultimately denied. As the rumor spread, first throughout Hollywood and then around the world, urban legends were spawned. Some claim that it was only Walt's head that was preserved. Others claim that the freezing chamber is located under the Pirates of the Caribbean attraction, that opened just 4 months after his death. The rumor had become
Where do you
so
do that?
prevalent, such a staple of American pop culture, that reportedly, in 1983, soon-to-be Disney CEO Michael Eisner asked Walt's daughter, Diane Disney Miller, at a dinner, quote, "Is he," before Diane interrupted him, saying, quote, "I know what you're going to ask, and no, Dad isn't frozen." There is little evidence that Walt was aware of cryogenics, and no evidence that he had requested it. In reality, Walt was cremated, and his ashes were placed in Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Glendale, California. The story that Walt had been frozen was merely tabloid gossip. The idea that someone whose products were so seemingly innocent and whose persona was so wholesome had undergone such an eerie and grim treatment was amusing to the masses. But there was also something specifically about Walt attempting to use experimental science to escape his own death that was believable. After all, he was a well-known futurist. Walt had speculated on space travel, built monorails and people movers, and designed and almost constructed a city of the future. Though it may have been the development of audio animatronics that had propelled these rumors most of all. In the minds of the public, Walt had been placed among those who toyed with the idea of life itself. Certainly, if Walt could use technology to bring Abraham Lincoln back to deliver a speech in the year 1964, Walt could use technology to cheat death himself. But this wasn't the case. His fragile, mortal body had failed, and then it was turned to ash. Walt was dead, gone forever from this mortal plane. And the bitter irony was that the only resurrection available to him now was the very one that he had developed. In the years following Walt's death, his brother Roy and the rest of Walt Disney Productions carried on with his Florida project, delaying development on Walt City of the Future and focusing on building a new theme park. Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom was conceptually identical to Disneyland, with the most obvious difference between the two being Magic Kingdom's larger scale. Like Disneyland, the new park would have its own Main Street, Castle, Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, and Tomorrowland. Several attractions were cloned for the park as well, with only minor changes differentiating the Magic Kingdom version from the Disneyland original. With all of the duplication, Disney was motivated to create a few standout experiences that were exclusive to Walt Disney World. In these cases, the Imagineers relied on concepts that Walt had proposed but never built, and the 3 attractions chosen would all be audio animatronic stage shows. The Country Bear Jamboree, originally pitched for the Mineral King Ski Lodge, would perform for guests in the park's Frontierland. The Mickey Mouse Revue, a performance by characters from across the Disney canon, was another animatronic show that Walt had considered. The show would be placed in the park's Fantasyland. The third animatronic show would perform in the Magic Kingdom's only unique themed area. Liberty Square was an evolution of Disneyland's never-built Liberty Street, complete with its signature attraction, the Hall of Presidents. Walt's ambitious dream of having 33 presidents share a stage had finally been realized, with 3 bonus presidents, as 3 more people had held the office since the idea was conceived. The star of the show would be another impressive Abraham Lincoln figure, with more limited animation being given to the rest of the presidents. This was Disney's first time creating animatronics that directly mimicked real living persons. Harry S. Truman and Lyndon B. Johnson were still alive at the time of the attraction's debut, and the sitting president, Richard Nixon, was also sculpted, animated, and included among the representations of all the presidents that had preceded him. If there had ever been a true debate over whether or not Disney should make robots of dead people, the pro-robots of dead people camp won handedly. Not only were 33 of the 36 figures depicting people that had passed away, but the attraction featured animatronics of John F. Kennedy, whose assassination had occurred less than a decade prior, and of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who had died just 2 years prior to the show's opening. But as with so many things in human history, there's only a brief window of time to prevent something that is new from becoming something that has always been. The Abraham Lincoln...
Look, I'm gonna say this now. Die Like, when I'm dead, y'all can do whatever you want with my image. I don't care. I'm dead. Who cares? Yeah, when I die, y'all can do whatever you want with my image. If you want to make a robot out of me, I don't care. If you want to make, like, another me, do it. I don't care. If you want to do me doing crazy stuff on the TV screen, do it. I don't care. Just, like, my only request is don't make it boring, right? Make it fun, make it interesting. Make it cool. You can do whatever and what you want with my image when I'm dead, just make it cool. That's my request.
Animatronic had normalized the process of mechanical resurrection, at least in the minds of the American public. Despite initially being labeled as a sideshow, Walt and the Imagineers had turned Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln into a program that was seen by many as a respectful tribute. Sure, there were passionate and compelling critiques at the time of its debut, but the overall consensus was positive. So much so that when the Hall of Presidents opened, there was no great debate, no significant pushback or scathing critiques, because it was nothing new. Of course, Walt, the Imagineers, the Disney company, can sculpt and animate a dead person. They always have. Has it not always been this way? It should not come as a surprise that the elaborate animatronic stage shows of the Magic Kingdom would only be possible thanks to a new programming method. All of the work and innovation that had been done to create the magnetic tape system and the camrack system would be made obsolete by this new method, a method that would enable people all around the world to build and program animatronics. A method that is still being used today and might owe its origin, in part, to the early age of automata. In 1819, Wolfgang von Kempelen's chess player was on tour, challenging chess masters and dignitaries to games in front of live audiences. While the Turk's secret would not be revealed for several decades, the machine was not without its skeptics. One spectator, English mathematician and philosopher Charles Babbage, was impressed with the Turk as a trick, but was unconvinced of its touted ability to reason. However, the spectacle reportedly inspired Babbage to dream of a machine capable of such logical skills. In 1822, Babbage designed a device he referred to as the difference engine, a calculating machine credited as the precursor to the modern computer. The computer would not just be the new way to program animatronics, it would be the key to unlocking the next phase of mechanical life, a living machine that appeared not just to move like a human, but to sense like one, to respond like one, to think like one. There's something inside of us, and we let it out.
Good video, good video. Virgin makes on music. I'm 70 for aces. Holy moly. Hope you enjoy the funny little video. You made like 20% or 30. You got like about a quarter. You watched the last chapter. I guess a fifth, not really a quarter, a fifth. Let it ride. Let the credit line. Up next, I'll go off my plate real quick, and then we'll go back to video games. Walt Disney will return in Avengers Endgame, Avengers Doomsday. Let me go off my plate real quick. I'll be right back. Play some more video games. The fun thing with it. Think care of a couple things, and then I'll be right back, and then we'll play some video games. I just have to wash my plate real quick. Nick. Be right back. Just as last time, I promise. And the stream of doom and destruction. Let me. Game time. I can chase the category. Please blame time. We left off, we helped the guy. The man take pictures of alligators, that's what we did. And now we're about to go kill an alligator. Mr. Bronte, Bronte himself.
Okay, my girl.
And they'll kill Mr. Bronte. Where's the geese from across this and be fine, or will you freak out?
Yeah.
Oh no, she'll freak out because there's gators. Okay. Never mind. Move her around.
Hey, mister. Fine looking neck. Yep.
I like my horse. Everybody really likes my horse, but it's my horse. You cannot have my horse, it is mine. Opera is mine. What's in that house? Wonder what is in that house. Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider. We should be switched. Or in OCD. Now put your knife away. For why are you sleeping out? No.
Real good.
Give me opera. It's okay, opera. You're fine.
So, Dutch, what's Tahiti like anyhow?
Arthur, there you are. Come on. Thomas, let's get going.
Right you are.
Nor the lad.
Hey, Bill, you were a sharpshooter in the cavalry, weren't you?
What?
When we get there, maybe you could help with the suppression fire.
I never said I was no sharpshooter.
Oh, that's right. What was it? The nation's most loyal latrine digger, wasn't that it?
Yeah, well, I fought, and I fought well.
So you always tell us.
Taught me something you could do with learning. Them Indians were savages.
Watch him out there, boy. Watch it. Only type of savage in these parts are moonshine, swilling, pompous, inbred locals.
Dutch, I saw things out there.
I don't doubt you saw things, Bill, but your tiny little mind was too small to comprehend what you saw. What you saw was people who lost everything to savagery. Savagery of peasants. Failures come from Europe to reap some awful vengeance on God's last creation.
Interesting way you boys got up preparing for a killing.
I'm sorry I wasted my life trying to teach you boys. Love you though, I do.
Well, leaving love aside, you think we got this?
Don't you never leave love aside, Arthur. It's all we got.
You killing Bronte the gator isn't some kind of lair gator? No. It's like a snake.
Pick us up yonder.
I got you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
I think.
Plenty. Bill, you're with me. Or, you take the left side. If you see a shot, you take it. Okay? Good luck, gentlemen. Arthur, let's go.
Let's go.
You see those two? Stay out of sight.
You said if you see a shot.
You got a shot?
You shot John's hat on. John Dutch.
that lock, Arthur. Now kick that damn door in.
No. I'm not the dog bear. I don't have a feet in it. Hi, Repeater. I'm left it on die. Oh gosh. No. Hold on, I won't repeat it. Upstairs.
We got one on the stairs.
Man!
Manny, keep that door covered. Bronte must be up there. Let's go. Right. He's got to be in one of these rooms.
We got her. First try.
Okay. I'm sorry, friend. No, name your price. Name your price. Every man have a price. Okay. No, I surrender.
Should we kill him?
Oh, dang.
Take him to Dutch. You can carry him. I ain't touching that piece of shit.
Hello? Only 55 bucks. That's a nice. That's nice.
Dutch wants to have a live. Chat, Mr. Bronte.
Come on, Morgan! We're getting the hell out of here!
We gotta get out of here.
That tool thinks we won't find him in there.
Nobody's going to jail.
What's up, little boy?
What?
Stop! That's it, okay? We need him in. Come on! Take him out!
Run them down and let's get out of here. We got what we paid for. You're gonna regret that. Quick, get on your friend on that boat before any more show up. Put him in the front. Bill. Bill. Got him? There.
Yeah.
Come on, Lenny. All right, come on. Let's get out of here.
And he was in the flare.
Yep. Oh, hey, big man. We gonna ransom you or what?
You're pathetic.
Well, I am. Because from where I'm sitting, you're the one deserving of pity, my friend. All your men, all your money, it weren't no match for a bunch of bumpkins.
You are nothing. You do nothing. You mean nothing. You stand for nothing. Me, I run a city. And when the law catch up to you, you will die like nothing. I am this country. You are what people are running from.
I possess things that you will never understand.
You don't even possess your own men. $1,000 to the man who kills him and sets me free.
What are you gonna say now?
They are even bigger fools than you.
No doubt.
The law will find you. Already, the dogs are on the way.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're right. You are so right.
They are good at smelling filth, huh? So filth has got to be disposed of. Your friends, the patriots, gonna come and rescue you, you repulsive little maggot. Call them now. You call them. Jesus. Part of your philosophy books cover feeding a fella to a goddamn alligator, Dutch.
Part that covers weakness. That part.
I don't know.
Well, I do. It ain't nice. I know it. But it is us or him. I figure it might as well be him.
I don't know why that part of the cutscene was so dark. Sorry. Like, visually dark. It might be a blighting glitch. I'm sorry. That's just so caring about nature. He gave him fresh food. What's up, Arthur? What you thinking about? Revenge is a dish best eaten. I haven't gotten gold there. Search every room of Ronte's mansion. I did that one mistake. Get 20 headshots, carries 1 minute. I did that by mistake. I literally just got lucky. Lucky that the first room I searched was the one that he was in. Okay, all we got left is Trelawney. Any other missions I can do, like in range or anything like that, or... Believe so. With Strawberry. No? Oh, I guess let's go do Shalon. Happening. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go do that. I do want to change my hair a bit. I want to go cut it, because it's going to make me cut it at the barber. Say graphics again, they're starting to lag once more. Huh? Angela Bronte wasn't lying for this wearing?
Yep.
We just met him and we already killed him.
Yeah,
It's a fun mission, breaking into Bronte's house just to littering every ball of his men. Another mission I'm very excited about, the one with Trelawney. Thanks.
Whoa, you Lemoyne Raiders. Ain't you? Moving along.
May well be. What cargo y'all trying to move on out of here?
The real Lemoyne state government's running this road. For my family. Move along. You know what's smart.
Are you a spy, mister? Us?
Oh, damn it all. Guess they got more coming to them. Jesus. Yep.
Yeah, keep the family keeps texting me. And brother's texting me about figures. Just try to... Welcome back. I don't know what's going on with my tracking. Why did my tracking get lost? Hello? Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Well. No. Hello. Okay. I feel woke. Muscat streams. It's eating like a beer. It's not my Muscat streams, but there you go. It is pretty scuffed. I fixed. I'm waiting for the game to load up now. For some reason, this game likes to eat my computer. Probably because of the 100 mods I got. It's okay. I'm telling for a while. I bet it's Dutch. Be fair, half the time I've been streaming today has been like, be right back. Hmm. Angel mascara. Hey, this is much nicer. Big lag.
You have a
the matter with you?
Ah, there you are, dear boy.
Yes, here I am.
Well, we're going to need to get you smartened up a bit.
Why?
Well, you can't play at the tables on a Lannahechee riverboat looking like this.
Yeah?
Not if you want to
Very
fit in
trippy.
so well that no one will realize you're there to rob the place. Now, come on.
Are we still doing that?
Of course. We're going to fix you up so fine, no one will notice a thing.
I like Drippy.
Hello, can I help you, gentlemen?
Yes, my friend here is in need of a new suit. Make this gentleman look like the Duke he really is. It was the English's fault his grandfather had to emigrate. A bitter and jealous people. You can see
A very good
cracked
choice, sir.
profile. The heavy brow from all.
Come on, let's get you to the barber.
Sure.
Good luck tonight, gentlemen.
Herr Strauss has scoped the whole thing out. It's quite ingenious, actually.
What is?
The action he has planned. Indeed, it's not much of an action at all. You play cards and win. And you're going to bet very big and flamboyantly while you win. And everyone's going to think you're some new money from the oil fields come to lay it on thick and drunk. All the while, Herr Strauss will be signaling you in your line of sight. When you bust the place, they'll take you upstairs to pay you off. And that is when Javier comes in, and you take whatever you want.
You don't think they might see an armed Mexican coming into the safe with me?
Sure, they might, but perhaps not. You will see.
The suspense is killing me.
Oh, don't be so jaded. We both know this is just the kind of innocent fun you thrive on.
Well, after the past couple of months, armed robbery don't seem such an innocent pastime.
No, but we, you, all of us, will be done here soon.
I hope so.
I look like Santa Claus,
Come on.
but like a younger Santa Claus before he had a white beard.
My good man, could you smarten up my dear hick friend here?
I ain't no hick.
This unlikely fellow has made himself a fortune in the oil fields and learned himself not a lick of manners or gentlemanly deportment.
Well, very good, sir.
No, it's not good. Not good at all. Not if they're going to let him play big at the tables tonight.
Extra clean shaven. Extra clean shaven.
Make him look like a prince, sir.
What's that?
There, very smart.
Come on, let's
No, you're not
get to the
handsome.
box. I've arranged some transportation for us.
That was trippy before.
Hope you have it. George, to the Grand Corrigan, please.
Grand Corrigan, sir.
Ever again.
Well, look at you. From Toad to Prince.
Yeah, this is a bit much, ain't it? The coach?
We can't whinny up there on horses like a bunch of countrified yokels. You're a brash oil man. Money to burn. Which reminds me, no shuffling and mumbling. Puff your chest out. Get outside yourself.
Yeah, all right. This ain't Hampton. So, who's a mark? Is he all right, by the way, the driver?
Oh, yes, don't worry. George and I go way back. It's a man called Desmond Blythe. Made a fortune in hosiery of all things. likes to play
That.
fast and always keep some extra collateral in the safe upstairs.
So, if Strauss is sitting behind him, how does he know what cards I got?
He won't. But the dealer has recently become a very good friend of mine.
Another one.
Don't worry, Arthur. We're all the authors of good fortune. He'll make sure you get the right cards.
What could possibly go wrong?
Indeed.
And what
Double
money am I
things,
playing
actually.
with?
Don't worry, that has all been arranged. Your chips will be waiting. Ah, there she is. Come on.
Okay.
Arthur, leave any weaponry here. They'll search us when we get on. George, we'll collect these from you later.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, George.
Good luck, sir.
Now remember what I said, Arthur. Everyone is the author of his own good fortune.
Yes, believe me, I heard every word.
Watch Strauss, listen to the dealer, and this should be a very lucky night. There they are. Gentlemen, how wonderful to see you. Arthur, you remember this pair of boys we met in New York? Come on. Champagne is on dear old Arthur. He's rich as can be and feeling luckier than a turkey that survived Thanksgiving.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hello, dear boy. Come on, let's head aboard. Drinks on Arthur. Champagne.
I'm afraid we require all patrons to hand over their guns.
The hell did any guns?
You seem unsure.
Robbing a heavily armed riverboat without a gun tends to bring out the self-doubt in me.
Done lagging? You able to play the video game? Are you done lagging? Okay, I think we're good.
These people are virtually idiots. This is simple stuff. Now have a good time, but don't lose too much money or your wife is going to kill me.
Whatever you say.
Now where can I get a cocktail?
And the game also realized I'd worry about the strain.
Your name on it, sir.
But hello.
Good evening, gentlemen. Arthur Callahan. Sorry I'm late. I had some unfinished business at the bar.
Desmond Blythe. Evening. Not to worry. Welcome to the game, Mr. Callahan. Okay, gentlemen, let's play.
I hope you're a player. Been too many cowards at these tables recently. Nothing less dignified than a man afraid to lose a little money.
Look at this. Chips already stacked up waiting for me. I like this joint already.
We aim to please, sir.
So, how are we all faring?
Some better than others.
If we all fared the same in life now, where would the fun be?
Quiet.
Wait, not Desmond Blythe, the hosiery king. I should have brought my other wallet.
Not my preferred title, but yes, you should have.
The jump I get. So they bet
Mr.
I want a
Blythe
king
wins with
high.
3 queens.
Goodbye, gentlemen. I guess it's just you
Are they
and me
stupid?
now, friend. Yes, it is.
I land on
Love
a
to see if you're
king
really the
high.
man you
Huh?
seem to think you are. Likewise, Mr. Blythe. So, what business are you in, Mr. Callahan? I'm an oil man, for my sins. Funny, I haven't heard of you. Oh, you will. You know, I thought about getting into hosiery, but I just look better in a suit. I would stick to oil, Mr. Callahan. I don't think you have a future on the stage. You sound just like my wife. Interesting. They're cowgirls. Shit. Shit. I guess my luck held. Is that you done? Done. Bust. Or, you got something else to play with. Meaning? I heard there was some big boys on this boat. Maybe that's not you. No offense. Sit your hillbilly ass down. Why? I got a watch. Look at you. An expensive one. Real fine. Swiss. A Reutlinger, no less. It's in the safe upstairs. It's worth more than you. Okay. I trust you. Now play. As you wish. So, you must...
The link on the pin message isn't working? Shoot, is it not? No, you might have to be in the Discord. That's probably why it's not working for you. I think you have to be in the Discord in order to see it. I'll have to figure out a way to fix that. Sorry.
No, Leviticus Cornwall.
I'll just set up my stream real quick, and you can just pause or screen grab it, or... I know it looks like you joined the Discord, actually. Deal. Let me know if that works now. The very link at the very bottom there. It should work. Let me know if it doesn't.
A big oil man like you. Of course, we've crossed paths. I was fortunate enough to tour a little operation of his up in New Hanover.
I've invited by any server. What do you mean? You're in the server. You just have to go through verification first. Did you do that? You gotta go through onboarding. Once you go through onboarding, it'll give you euros for the solo and stuff like that. We have to be a part of the server for 10 minutes before I let you in.
Let's not waste any more time here. All in.
Don't worry, sir. Everyone is the author of his own good fortune.
Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Pair kings. Very good, but not good enough. Shit.
$1,000. Whoa!
Yes, you little beauty.
Did I get a flush?
Mr. Callahan wins with an ace-high diamond flush.
God damn you! No offense. None taken. Well played, sir. Unlucky, Desmond. Now, forgive my lack of discretion, but, where might I find this watch? It's upstairs. Shall we go and have a look? Why not? Gentlemen, please.
We'll find out. Ted checking with the inner psychic servant down the list. Never mind, it just popped up now. Gotcha. Lisa, I think you have to be a part of the server for 10 minutes before it gives you access to it. It's a safety thing.
Sketch these out for me.
I started last week.
Good. Sure. Perhaps you could escort us up to the office.
Yes, of course, sir.
Thank you.
Follow me, gentlemen.
Come with me, sir.
That's just where he gets racist.
Yeah, so far. I cannot believe someone gave a greaser a job.
Yeah.
We
There he becomes racist.
Personally, I wouldn't trust one with a gun, but fear not. I've got my own little lawgiver right here. Very good. Next, we'll be hiring Negroes. Yeah, I know.
Abby's racist.
I think you're going to like this watch.
A Littlinger's real? No, they're not.
Sir, I saw it earlier, and it really is a handsome piece. Foreign made, but you can't have everything. Indeed. Well, here we are.
Well, it's a Swiss watch. Swiss watches are kind of like... they're a thing, right? That's what you want to watch.
Just give me 1 second, sir. Of course, take your time.
Don't reach for that gun.
Take his gun, Arthur.
I guess you were right. Only an idiot would give a greaser a gun. Idiot, huh?
Liz, yeah.
Shit, let's hope no one heard that. Quick, clear the safe. Let's get out of here. Can't believe that asshole had another gun.
Pepper Jack.
Looking pretty good.
How much is there?
Must be a few thousand plus the watch.
Nice. Now let's get out of here. Let's go meet the others.
Sure.
Wait, I want to search the desk. I want to search the desk. I can't search that desk.
I reckon we've only got a few minutes to get out of here.
If we're lucky.
I wanted to search the desk. Great, whatever.
Are you coming?
Oh, you're making a joke about cheese. Sorry. I'm stupid.
Was that a gunshot? It sounded like one. Come on. And how exactly are we getting out of here?
I ain't too sure. This is what tends to happen when you leave Trelawney in charge of planning. Oh, garnish no meat.
I wonder if throwing a knife would work. You can't throw a knife. You don't have any of your gun belts. You don't have any of your weapons, so you can't throw a knife. The only thing you're allowed to do is shoot there, because you use his gun.
Probably involve us dressing up as dancing girls and cannon off the side. Nice uniform, but
And Tina, thank you for the follow. We'll be in the battalion.
Thanks. Give anyone a job these days. Anyway, we shouldn't give ourselves away until we know we need to. Maybe we could still blend into the crowd when it all goes crazy.
which it surely will. To the bar, senor!
Imagine a riverboat based on gambling would have more money than 1,000 in the safe.
I hope you had fun, sir.
Especially like a high roller little bay. Feel like it'd be like a couple thousand, no? Yeah. Did you do your thing, IS? The thing I asked you in the end, does it work?
In the time of my life. You boys sure know how to put on a show.
Yeah, to have your heads backwards.
Oh, look, there's your friend.
No, sir, my friend is not.
Nope, didn't check, got busy. That's okay. Let me know when you're ready.
Take back the insinuation.
There he is. Now, don't be a sore loser, friend.
Something I don't like about the pair of you.
There's plenty I don't like about you, but I have the good manners to keep my mouth shut.
There he is! Shoot that man!
Come on,
What?
we gotta get out of here. This
Don't bother. Whatever you do, don't forget I'm unarmed.
Like this, hi, Tian. 90 is 1,000, was worth around 40,000 roughly today. Yeah, well, our poker game was $1,000 alone. Like I said, our poker game was around, like our one poker game was $1,000 alone. I feel like they would have more in the safe. Especially if this is a high roller game night.
I don't know, this ain't my shit. Oh, silly me, I clean forgot to bring my gondola.
Arthur's funny.
What are you doing back there? Come on! You last mistake! Let's get out of here,
How many bullets does it take? Are you the Terminator?
We gotta go, come on!
Is it down here?
That's it.
Arthur, come on, we gotta go!
I'm coming!
My suit.
Might have swim.
Well, never a dull moment.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
So, how much did we get?
A few thousand, I think. Pretty good.
Yes, indeed.
And this watch, apparently it's worth a bunch. Swiss, a Reutlinger or something?
Nice watch. Yes, it's a Reutlinger, all right.
We'll give it back then. All right, let's get out of here.
It's a fun mission. I really liked that mission. They couldn't have tied up Pajama Man. I'm sure they did. He probably got loose. Oh, so it was a lot more than that. It was 6,000. Okay. When he can put her without twice his health, whatever. I think we got one more mission this chapter. I think this is the bank job and that's it. Yep, this is the last mission of this chapter. There's a mess. We can finish this off. Let's go do that. I did kind of want my coat back. Oh, you know what? I have it saved. I should. That's not it. Oh, did it delete it? Oh, it sure did. Sure did delete it. Alright. None of them are good with bandage? What?
Has anyone seen an Englishman called Gavin?
Not looking for him, though.
Morning. Please, tell me you've seen Gavin. I don't even know what he looks like. The big bloke. Cockney. Londoner. Hilarious. Oh, we've had such times, me and Gav. No, sorry. I've yet to meet any hilarious Londoners. Oh, he's the best. Gavin! Oh, I am so worried. Gav!
Why are you?
Gav! Gav! Where are you? Where are you?
This is never explained, by the way. That's never explained. What a weird interaction.
Hey, partner.
Hey, bud. The Gab guy, it is? Now, he never finds him, and it's never explained who he's looking for or what it is. Even all day, I think. I've been going for about 7.5 hours. But, like, also half of that time has been on, like, Be Right Back stream. Now, you know.
Easy there, girl.
I'm hoping this doesn't start this mission while I go here. 'Cause I want to change my clothes. I've been having fun. Yeah, it's been a fun stream. At least I think so.
Yeah. Who's that? Coming in. You're alive. Good. Roll well, girl.
Not fun I'm having, but it's definitely a nice stream. Dutch, don't talk to me, Dutch.
This is the way to do this job.
The distraction will buy you all the time you need.
I don't like it.
It's the right plan. Whichever work I've been in town, looking, watching, and waiting. I've tested it as well as I can. It's the right plan.
I know. Between you and me, I'm nervous. I suppose that's it.
Well, never nervous. That's been my job always been.
Let's continue shooting theater again. I don't want to do this mission yet, because this takes you to Gorma, and I don't want to do Gorma yet. Check my boots again. For some reason, it doesn't want to keep this outfit. It always deletes it. Shortcut.
Gentlemen?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. I thought they were upstairs. Wait, what? Okay, cool. Hold me outside.
Good to see you back, Arthur.
I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Oh, okay. Makes me delete this real quick. Hold on. There you go. We're gonna go and talk to Mr. Boyd Calloway.
Good girl. You good, girl? Hey there, mister.
There's actually 9 viewers on YouTube right now. Hello, everybody.
Look out!
I bring my ult to even the number. Hey, you do whatever you want, man.
Easy now.
Never mind, it dropped to 6. Oh, me. Sorry. You too. I think you're my only Twitch viewer right now. Yes, you are important too. I'm sorry. Now it shall begin the mass migration. It's not sure around 6-7.
Yeah, that's my girl. Yeah.
I only see dual streamers. The Twitch side is often the larger one. I think as most people main Twitch. When big streamers dual stream, they mainly main Twitch. But I've always dual streamed on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, and YouTube you just naturally get better traction because more people use YouTube. I mean, I've had days where my Twitch numbers are bigger than my YouTube numbers, but, like, it's rare. Most of the time, YouTube, like, blows Twitch out of the water. YouTube likes Tali. It's more so, like, there's more people on YouTube, and so you're more likely to get people to see you and stuff like that. Also, YouTube has a better, like, video player than Twitch. So people like it more. Also, no, YouTube doesn't like me. If they like me, they'd recommend all my videos. They don't do that. They recommended my debut, and that's it. What's your opinion on the Celia situation? I don't know what that is. Will it be so for real? I have no clue what that is. Oh, you're talking about yourself. The bun situation is crazy. You got me for a second, Bun. You got me. It's an inside jokes, Alia, don't worry. You're not missing much, it's an inside joke. It's kind of like half an inside joke, half a play on the critical meme. Where like all his videos are titled, "The such and such situation is crazy." Ghost Rider. And we've been doing that with Bun's name for a while because it's funny.
Hey, move it!
There's nobody in the way.
Rocking your boot.
Okay there? Nice round here. I'm kind of new to these parts. Well, good luck to you.
Well, I'll be seeing.
Hey, I'm looking for some fellas sojourned around here. Boy Calloway and a rider called Levin.
Drunk Boy Calloway. This bar's got bullet marks to remember him by. Last I heard, they was in Saint Denis. Had rooms on a riverboat there.
Saint Denis on a riverboat? Huh, okay then.
I literally just left that.
Hello there.
Nah, okay.
How are you?
I bang you over. I'm gonna take a train. You sound weird, so that's a voice changer.
You hear about the massacre over at the trolley station in Saint Denis? I knew a fellow who worked there for a while. Terrible business.
Niff Ramsey.
Enjoy your destination.
Bleh. My horse gonna follow me? Yeah, I use a voice changer because I'm paranoid. I don't want people knowing what I sound like in real life. Especially people I don't know. That horse followed me. I hope she did. Thanks. Oh, she did. Okay.
This your way of stretching your luck?
Ignore the lad. It's intended. It's going alright.
I ain't gonna take this forever. Leave me alone.
Ignore the lag. It's a feature.
The hell got your damn
Games.
He's not right. No, he's not. What's your
Just let me
problem?
go. What?
I know it.
Tell I said we are ever in the Twitch side too. I'm not lagging, you are. I'm not lagging, you are. Mercury flashing. I don't know why it does that.
You're looking at the Bride of Lemoyne here, the great Corrigan paddle sailor.
Hey, I'm looking for Boy Calloway and the man writing a book about him. This the riverboat they're staying on?
Yes, sir, they're here. Around this time, Mr. Calloway usually enjoying a drink on the observation deck. You can follow me. If you're quick, you might catch him sober.
We not though.
Oh, my friend with no name. You found us.
Sure.
How did you get on?
About how you'd expect.
Well, any good anecdotes?
Anecdotes?
From the old days.
To be honest, things went a little differently. I did shoot a lot of people. I thought that's sort of what you wanted.
Well, I'd, yes, that'll be fine. Do you think anyone noticed it was you?
Noticed? I think the people I shot noticed.
I mean, do you think anyone would mind if we said he'd done it? Boy Calloway.
Sure, I don't care. Just as long as...
Share the money? Of course I will. Literature is a filthy business, but sometimes it pays well, especially when you lie.
Great.
Not so goddamn fast. What the hell's going on here?
Nothing.
Who's this grass snake?
You know, I don't know.
Have you been being me?
I'm nobody, buddy.
Well, I'm somebody! And I can't have any nobody being this somebody, you goddamn... I don't know what the goddamn you are, but trust me, it ain't nothing I want to be, so you can't be me.
What a way with words.
Damn you, Theodore Levin! You're a snake! Damn you! Damn you, nobody!
Hey, I'm already damned.
Oh,
Sorry for the flashing.
I can't take credit for that, which I... Dem says I didn't. I'm an old man. This never happened to Achilles, to Gawain, or Caesar. It can't happen to me. I will kill both of you.
Yeah, calm down.
I'm a legend!
Yes, you are.
All right, well, let's prove it one more time.
I don't have to prove nothing to you, nobody.
No, of course you don't. But maybe you need to prove something to you.
You got quite a way with the words. Maybe you should write my book and we should kill Plato here.
No. Let's not. Now, come on. Who shall we kill? You kill, I mean.
Ah, damn. I slayed my dragons years ago. I'm a tired old man.
Now you're drunk and you're bored and you're a mess.
Well, I always hated Slim Grant. Oh, he killed my cousin. But that was years ago.
Well, where's Slim Grant? Who's Slim Grant?
This is him. An old friend of Mr. Calloway's.
He ain't no friend of mine.
He's state marshal now, out of Annesburg.
State marshal? Make a damn cousin killer state marshal, do they?
All right, I'll go get him.
Great. We'll wait for you at Brandywine Drop.
Just sober up and start practicing. Otherwise, this won't be a book. It'll be a memorial.
Whatever you say.
Is his leg glitching?
You know what?
His leg's in the chair, you see that? Say sure, Dave. Whoa! That was silly. I guess I'm gonna go get Slim Grant. He was a party. Did I become a super chair hit? Human? Maybe his dream was to become a chair? Well, I looked away for 1 second. Looked away for 1 second. It's coming, giggling. I did. I looked away for 1 second to read chat, and I ran into a guy. Yeah, today at work was kind of brutal. Today's kind of been a brutal day. I'm kind of having an unlucky day, unfortunately. My savings account got closed. My credit card application got declined. I got no sales at work. I didn't win the lottery for the figure I wanted. Ghost Rider. It's been kind of a rough day. Yeah, I was really hoping for that credit card too. Be alright. Rainbow! be alright. Tomorrow will be better. Tomorrow will be a better day. Tomorrow's Friday. 30 on a Friday. See, my bank closed my savings account because I didn't have money in it for a little bit, and I forgot to put money in it. And so they just thought I wasn't using it, and so like they closed it. Which is a little unfortunate, but you know. All right, well.
Yep. Let's get here.
I just forgot that I just forgot to put money in it for a little bit, and they just assumed I wasn't using it anymore, so they got rid of it. They didn't get rid of it, they just closed it. I have to go to the bank tomorrow and ask them to reopen it for me and stuff like that after work, which is a little annoying.
Which way is north? I need some help. I don't know this place well. Sense of direction. It ain't good. Hey, where's the train station? Going around in circles here.
I can't walk onto them.
Hey, head on that way. You'll find it. You are a gentleman, sir. God's spirit, I'll give you that. Let's go. I feel amazing.
Rick girl, no. I'm gonna do this one? Oh, it's this lady.
Blow, my bullet blowers, blow.
Come on, Bertram, police!
No. Bertram, say no.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. Friends for life, we said. And now the two of you have betrayed me at once. Do you know what betrayal
What's going on outside?
means, Bertram? It means hurting Miss Marjorie. Why, I thought you liked me. I've clothed you. I fed you.
Bertram does like Miss Marjorie.
Yes, and Miss Marjorie likes Bertram. So why don't you go and tell me where that nasty little Magnifico has run off to so I can get on with whipping that snot-nose right into shape? He owes me. He owes us. Big time. Bertram and Marjorie.
Everything okay?
Imagine saving people. Taking them to your breast, and metaphorically I mean, like a mother, caring and raising them, and then they go and stab you in the back. Have you ever betrayed a close friend? I hope not.
Well,
Treachery! And these are sad, low, unlovable people, and I made them stars, dreamers, entertainers, and they... Oh, no, now family's not enough. No, he's gone off alone. My little tiny magician has gone and stabbed his mama in the back. Oh, fuckity. No, Bertram! Woof, woof! Bertram, put the nice man down. Do something, you'll eat him.
Easy there. Easy there!
Uh-oh.
Bertram!
Easy, big guy. Strong, all right.
Mean.
Let's be friends, okay?
Come here, Bertram. Oh, yes, Marjorie's here. No one's gonna hurt you ever again.
Mama, you should keep that thing in a cage. You should think about who you're serving. Give me a beer, will you?
Don't worry, we'll pay for what we broke. Come here, Bertram. Oh, no one looks after you like Mama does. No one cares for you like I do. Especially not that.
Give me a beer, would you?
But he's my friend.
Yes, well, if he were your friend, he'd be here, wouldn't he? He wouldn't have abandoned us. Oh, you wouldn't have gotten that whoopsie, would you?
Whoopsie heart.
I know. Mama's gonna make it all better. But first, you gotta tell me where that little worm ran off to,
Bertram promised.
Yes, well, Magnifico made a promise too, huh? He made more than a promise. He made a contract and he broke it. So you just tell me exactly where he is and then we will all be even. That's my boy.
He's camping in the woods.
Why didn't you tell me in the first place? You just apologize to these men.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You gave me a whoopsie. Hey, you just stay away from that sherry now, you hear? Bertram likes sherry.
Oh, don't you get him started. Thank you for all of your help, Mr. Stranger. If you see that slippery little fella sleeping rough out there, would you just make a little racket and then we'll come along and we'll find you?
I could try.
Oh, his name is Magnifico. You'll know him when you see him.
$10.
Come along, Bertram.
Okay. Alright. Why is there shooting? It's like... It's cold back here. What is going on? I'll rip that guy. They attacked me. What was I supposed to do? I don't know why random people are attacking me, but... Okay, I can already report to you that mission now. Alright, let's do Callaway. And then we'll probably finish there. For today. Why are people shot? You like tomatoes now? There's another one. Oh. Right, I need to do this too. I forgot about this. I need to do that before we do the final mission. You'll remind me next time to do that. First, let's see Jim Boy Calloway. Then there's the Gunslinger mission. And then I'm probably gonna end here, and the next time we'll do all the rest of the missions and stuff like that. I'm trying to do as many side missions as I can before we do this next main mission, because this next main mission's when we go to Gorma and you won't be able to do. We won't be able to do side missions again for a bit.
What do you want me to do? I don't want you to work in that mine no more, okay?
Would you rather I go back to thieving? I'm providing for my family.
Well, you can't provide for us if you ain't got no lungs. And what if it caves in again?
You two all right?
Well, I told you 100 times already. It'll get better.
Yeah, sure. And
No.
who's gonna...
I'm not putting on a show for the whole town.
Is there a
Getting
man
it
in
from
this
all
town
sides,
who
huh?
ain't a
Believe me,
moron?
fella, you don't know the half of it.
He's just scared. Good job's hard to find.
A good job? Taking your lungs for a couple of dollars a week? Scared or not, he's gonna ruin us both.
Lieutenant. Anyways, I'm just gonna walk away from that.
You. I'm looking for Slim Grant, State Marshal. Heard you boys know where to find him.
Oh, Mr. Marshall was here last week. I think he headed up to Beaver Hollow looking for some outlaws.
Is he coming back?
Sure, when he catches them fellers he's been after.
Well, how long's he been gone?
Well, a couple of days.
What, you ain't gonna go look for him?
If your boss's boss, who you all hated, went missing, possibly dead, at the hands of a bunch of violent wanted men, would you go looking for him?
Well, yeah, probably, 'cause I'm a fool.
Well, when he's dead, maybe I'll become marshal. I'll be a hero riding a horse from town to town, mister. Think of that.
Good luck with those dreams. Not bad, girl.
No, I don't like tomatoes. I like not crushed, I like mashed tomatoes. When you make them into like ketchup or tomato sauce. That's what I like. But like just raw tomatoes? No. Yet.
You this bored you want to make an end of it? You got a problem? Drunk or something?
I'll away. What do tomatoes do? They're yucky. It's not because they're red. Red's my favorite color. It's they're yucky. And reading one like an apple? No, and I'm not going to. Why do you hate the color red? Because red's my favorite color. No reason? That's insane. Red's my favorite color. I love red. Least favorite color is probably gonna be green. Green's such an ugly color.
If you fellas got the state marshal here, probably take it.
You made short work of them.
You must be Slim Grant.
State Marshal, Slim Grant.
Okay, let's get you out of here.
Yes, indeed, son.
Refrigerator's better than Cool Ranch? Now that's wrong.
Need a favor, Mr. Grant. It's nothing big. I'll explain on the way. You might as well relax.
This is real peculiar. I'm state marshal, you know.
Yes, Yuri is me.
Sit tight. All will be revealed. Now you gonna tell me what the hell is going on here? I was before you got so short with me.
Nah, red spicy is not better than Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch is the best flavor.
Son, what the hell are you up to?
I'm taking you to see an old friend of yours. It's a reunion. I almost drowned. Well, then I saved you from drowning, too.
I'm a state marshal, and this is an abduction.
Horseshit, I'm saving you. This is just a little detour on the way to liberty.
I will prosecute you for this, you insubordinate bastard.
There you go again, Mr. Grant. Ain't doing yourself no favors.
Now, Cool Ranch is Aussie.
I ain't got no name, and I ain't your son. Sit tight. I'll take you to your friend, and this will all be over. This is it. Down here, it's almost over, Marshal Grant.
State Marshal Grant.
Yeah.
I've had both. I've had both the spicy nacho and the Cool Ranch. Cool Ranch is better. Try making stickers again?
I think so.
Did you kill his cousin back in '82?
Whose cousin? My cousin. I never shot no one didn't deserve it. You shot Jed Calloway. And I told you then I'd shoot you too. And I would've if you'd shown up. I was there. No, you weren't. You left town. You take that back. But I don't care now. It's nigh on 20 years ago. We're old men. We're lucky. Fight me. You're an old man. Come on, fight me. It's a bit late, isn't it? God damn you! Oh!
Well,
Many years ago, huh?
that settles that then.
I shot him in the goddamn back.
And these things happen.
God damn you, goddamn both of you!
Well, now calm down. Who cares? You should have shot him 20 years ago. He's dead now.
You are a sickness scum like you and you, Plato. Come on, draw!
Why?
I said draw, goddammit!
No.
Yes!
Shit, indeed. Still, at least now you got an end into your buck.
He's dead.
Oh, don't you start now.
No, I'm not starting. I'm happy. I'm free. I can finally go back to writing westerns instead of being in one.
Yeah, he was pretty wild. And I know some wild people.
He was certainly complicated.
I'm sorry I shot him.
No, and you didn't shoot him. He did. In the back, after he mortally wounded Slim Grant. Fair and square.
Yes, that's it.
Last of the gunslingers.
Well, more or less, I guess.
There's more?
Oh, there's always folk who shoot you in the back and then rewrite history.
Oh, hey, where do I send the money?
Send it to Tacitus Kilgore. No, that ain't my real name.
Ain't that a pretty shot? New weapons are available to purchase and modify? I can't pick up his gun. I already had his gun, but I can't pick this one up too. You say it's doomed if the last thing they did was getting one of them up. Okay, that's crazy. But shot in the face.
Yeah.
Oh, it's vague now. Can I pick up his gun now? I want 2 of his gun. Well, then what do I get? I'm gonna loot him though. Yeah, no, I can't pick up his gun. Okay.
Hey there, girl. Yep. Yeah.
Eh.
Whoa, whoa, easy. Settle down. You all right, girl? You done good, girl.
Told you. Let's wait for 2 seconds. I was gonna say, y'all need to chill and chat. Well, I guess you're free, horse.
Go on now. Go, boy. Scoot, boy.
Rip side guy.
Yeah. Shit.
Think this guy with doctor? Is your doctor? Style? Like there is. He gonna send a new one. So far. I didn't do this one. This guy just fell off his horse. I'm gonna try to help this guy, actually. Yeah, this... me. This game's so pretty. Broke his neck. I'm gonna try to take him to the doctor. It may not let me. But we'll see. Sometimes they don't let you. You're arrested for vehicular manslaughter. How did he hit this guy? He fell off his horse. Alright, this is the evil town. evil time. They like to shoot at me for some reason. It's like the second time I've been in that town and they shoot at me whenever I go in it. I like me there for some reason.
Easy there, girl.
I mean, he wasn't dead before, he is now.
Okay, girl. Go easy, girl.
Oh, he's dead now, so it doesn't matter. That's not matter.
What is this?
Good girl.
I don't know. I don't know what my total body count for this entire playthrough is, but it's probably gonna be pretty high. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna do.
So,
Okay. We'll go ahead and scream here. With Gallon. Yeah, Gallon. That's fun, that does say more mommy. She is one of the viewers. She's one of the people who gifted thumbs. So she gets on just chatting. But yes, I am going to go to bed. I am quite tired. I do have to shower and stuff before I go to bed, but you know. This was fun. This is really fun. Oh, y'all had fun. I do want to do more streams like this because I really enjoy it. Ooh. It depends on the day. Depends on how I'm feeling in the day and stuff like that. Yes, I'm gonna go to bed and stuff like that. I'm very sleepy and very tired and will have to shower and I have to be up and work in the morning and stuff like that. Really enjoyed. Not now. Hope it was enjoyable and silly. Very during the week stream, where they're doing the week and day long stream. I hope it was really fun. Yes, I'm gonna go to bed. Hope y'all enjoyed. But thank you all for stopping by. One day I'll be able to stream full time. One day. One day it will happen. Trust me. One day. It's just not today, but one day. One day. If I know to that, hope y'all enjoyed. What? See you all. Mercy.